Whoa, okay. We're actually going live now. Hopefully this is working. Yeah, I'm literally streaming at 3 a.m. expecting people to join, you know? Hello to the new people who have joined so far. I'm gonna try to set up the chat in the OBS so I can see if anyone's typing. Anyways, so I'm gonna be drawing for 12 hours, just like the title of this stream suggests. And yeah, I just decided to do this like creative thing, and I'm probably gonna do it like daily. I plan on doing this a daily thing, so you better get used to it. Okay, I don't think you can see the chat. That sucks. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna start drawing now. So, whilst people just keep joining and stuff. So here's the thing. I wanted to do this thing where like I wanted to do this season of my art journey when I'm extremely locked in and I'm just focusing entirely on drawing. And I thought, okay, I might as well just live stream this shit, even if no one sees me drawing. I'm not really expecting too many people to come along and actually stick around on these live streams, but it's just for the sake of accountability, I guess. Because I really want to get good at this. I want to draw every day for a lot of time. I just want to be that serious, and it's really hard to it's really hard to stick to this if I don't have this level of accountabilities, like of the people who follow me at least. So, anyways, I just hope the live stream doesn't lag too much. I'm actually nervous. I'm not used to like I know absolutely zero people are probably watching me right now, but still, I'm kind of nervous because drawing in front of people gets me kind of nervous. I'm just not used to it. I feel like that gives me the feeling that I have to draw faster, but of course that's ridiculous. I don't have to draw faster just because someone's watching me, but that messes with my tempo and stuff. So we're studying anatomy today, by the way. Oh wait, let me turn off my keyboard. Turning off my keyboard whenever I draw because I don't want to like automatically control C my lines too much. So I have this habit of just turning off my keyboard. So I have to live with my horrible decisions, my horrible line art. Guess I'm just gonna draw boxes for a while until my hands stop being so shaky. But I found it doesn't really matter. Like your lines can be extremely shaky like this, and you'll be fine. As long as their perspective is not completely messed up, it's even better if your lines are very shaky. It's gonna make it the whole thing more dynamic. Oh, by the way, hopefully you can't hear the uh, loud music the neighbors are playing. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. and they're already messing up the whole thing. They're just not helping, man. Also, another thing why I'm excited to do the live streams, it's because I'm pretty shit at finishing stuff and doing kind of finished drawings, if that makes sense. So this is just a chance for me to again hold myself accountable to hey, like might as well finish this, you know? Don't get your ADHD get in the way. So yeah, I plan to wake up at 3 a.m. every day and just start drawing a little until like for like 12 hours. I know that's insane, but you know, my thought process is that you know if people normal people because you know I'm not a normal person. I'm a high school dropout. I'm basically unemployed, or well, YouTube is my like part-time job, I guess. But you know, if I'm gonna fully commit to this, I might as well just stream every day because you know it's not no different from like a normal job, like a normal like um, full-time job from people who work 60 hours a week. But I'm actually doing something purposeful, you know. I start becoming a little bit more confident now. Shit, I messed that up. I'm also studying anatomy today, by the way. Thought I already said that, but I'm going to be focusing a lot on human anatomy, especially. I should put this in the title or something because because I'm kind of have a little bit of ADHD when it comes to drawing, so I end up drawing. I can't focus on just drawing one thing. I always end up, if I say I want to study human anatomy, end up drawing like some other random shit, like, oh, let me try drawing dragons, let me try drawing this, let me try drawing some random guns, whatever. Oops. Is that weird? Not listening to music while I'm drawing. I should play some music. I don't know how it works to play music here on like live streamer or anything, but I might just play my normal like Spotify playlist because I'm just listening to the shitty neighbors music here right now. This is terrible. Yay, we're at 5 people now. Hello everyone if you're seeing this. If you're hearing this. Uh, Alright, I think the streaming health seems to be good. Hopefully that doesn't give me any issue. I was worried that because when I first started like setting up stream, the first 30 seconds it was running smoothly, but then it went all to shit. So I was scared that, in 12 hours of streaming, it wasn't gonna. I was worried it was gonna give me any issues. You know what? I'm actually happy my lines are looking kind of terrible today. Because, yeah, I'm kind of nervous. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not used to live streaming at all. So, live streaming, drawing in front of people is really like a little bit frightening. But it is important for me to learn how to do this, especially if I'm gonna teach this in the future or in the present. Also, I wanted to turn on my camera, but I don't know how to do that. I'll figure it out tomorrow, and I'll do it tomorrow. I can't be bothered right now, and I'm so sleep deprived. By the way, holy shit! I need to get my stuff together. Okay, so we're just trying a bunch of boxes here. Let's see. Let's try to turn these boxes into a person, and then let's try to improve the anatomy of that. So here's the thing. Drawing a human body out of boxes is extremely effective when you're trying to visualize something, or when you're trying to visualize, let's say you're trying to visualize a pose. So if you're trying to visualize, because visualization is even more important than even the actual drawing. because you can draw in your mind. This is something that a lot of people don't know. You can draw in your mind, and that will still give you a lot of art gains and a lot of mileage for some reason. Well, for some reason, because all the actual important stuff is going on in your mind, not on the canvas. So when you focus on improving your visualization skills rather than your focusing solely on your drawing skills, your skill are of course going start to go up, because you get better at holding that information in your mind. So, for example, if you what I have been doing is just spending more time visualizing something. So let's say you want to recall a pose, or you want to draw a person. What I used to do was to rely. I used to rely too much on muscle memory, and that is not very good because you are just doing it kind of mindlessly. But when you take the time, when you take like you can take as literally as much time as you want. You can take an entire minute to create a reference in your mind, to create an image. And I used to think I had bad memory for this. I used to think, no, I can't do this. This is too hard. My brain is not qualified for doing this. But you can burn this image. Like you can take the time to create it and you can burn it in your brain so you are not going to forget about it. And you can use that as a reference. And you should use that as a reference. And for me right now, this sounds like common sense, and probably for a lot of people I also does. But it wasn't common sense to me. It used to be like, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is just taking my time to visualize a pose, like the pose that I want to draw specifically, before I actually draw it. And sometimes I'm like, what do I draw? Jesus, this is a little hard. What pose or what perspective do I want to draw right now? But I'm just thinking, okay, let me just recall some image that I saw early today, or some pose. If I was doing something, if I was hanging out with someone, or if I was watching a movie, or if I was watching another artist, or a certain, like, anything, I'm going to try to recall what that person was doing and try to picture the pose in my mind. And of course, it's easier to translate that pose from your mind to the canvas when you are using boxes and when you're simplifying the anatomy. And then from that point, you keep on visualizing the body in a more complex way. And that's a really healthy thing to do. That's a really healthy habit. uh, Hello, Bern. What's up? Thank you, man. Yeah, I don't know how long I plan on doing this, like for how, like, this is probably going to be my New Year's resolution, to draw every day for 12 hours. This is actual insanity. This is my monk mode, so yeah, I'm fully prepared for this. Thank you. All right, let's actually start drawing something. So yeah, just taking your time to visualize before drawing. Let's see what I can draw. It doesn't have to be original at all, by the way. It's just like, okay, whatever you saw, it can be like, what I seen kind of, the poses that retain the most in my brain is like other people's art. For some reason, I'm more observant of other people's art, and that kind of burns an image more, like stronger image in my brain. But that's something you also train. It's like a lot of people don't think of training their brains when it comes to drawing, and when you try to learn anatomy without knowing how to, without having trained your brain to see perspective and to understand and to memorize, you're wasting your time basically. I'm not very good at talking while I'm drawing, so I'm sorry if this is a little silent. But the grind is always very silent, anyways. Damn, I really want to like get serious at this. I hope I don't quit or anything. What do you plan on drawing today? Um, Probably just like anatomy, just like usual anatomy, but I'm just paying more attention to visualizing things more than anything. That would be my main focus. I plan on doing like one specific topic per live stream or per day. So this is what Kim Jong Il used to do. Like one day, you draw this thing. One day you focus on drawing cars. The other day you focus on drawing women. The other day you focus on drawing this, whatever. But I don't know. I don't think I have the patience to only draw one thing, honestly. Hmm. Yeah, again, that's something you train. That's something you train because when you visualize something, you are not using your physical eyes. You are reaching to a very subconscious part of your brain where that is the same part of your brain that you use when you're dreaming. And getting to that part can be like accessing that part of your brain can be a little hard for some people, including me, really. But that's something you just keep training. You keep training your visualization skills. You draw in your mind. When you're not drawing, you just focus on visualizing stuff in your mind. Focus on recalling images, like if where you're gonna draw them, even if you're like at the supermarket or something. By the way, I know I keep just whining about this shit, but this is really hard for me to do. Not even because of the 12 hours, but because, Jesus, I had so many limiting beliefs about getting myself to do these live streams that, yeah, I'm just here. But anyways, that will just go away after the, like, few hours. That fear of just showing people my art. But anyways, the main reason why I decided to really commit to this because I have the improvement guaranteed when you grind for so long, when you commit to this for like this amount of time and you actually give your full potential, you're gonna improve 100%. But even if I don't, I would really like to be known for drawing a lot. Even if I'm not gonna be recognized for being the best artist, I would like to be recognized for just drawing way too much, way more than the average person does, because that has a lot of merit. That is something that I think is even more respectable than just being born talented. It's like, oh yeah, you're not talented and you're making up with hard work. That's really something I respect a lot, because people will say, oh, you're just talented. You just have photographic memory. You're just this, you're just that. But when people see that you've been drawing for 12 hours a day like a psychopath, and the people who usually are surprised by people like Kim Jong Il, they only draw for like 30 minutes, 1 hour a day. It's just night and day difference. I'm also gonna keep doing YouTube videos, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to be re-uploading these live streams in like sped up time lapse or something and uploading them to YouTube. That would be interesting. But I'm gonna keep doing like educational content of actually teaching you how to draw and stuff and all the stuff that I have been learning. So I've been learning really fast. Been learning a lot of stuff. Oops. So yeah, right now I'm drawing a pose from a drawing I saw yesterday from another artist, and I'm drawing the same pose from a different angle, from a different perspective. So it's really cool when you're able to visualize something. Like you'll eventually get to the point where you're able to visualize something and you're able to move around that thing that you're visualizing. You're able to move like up or down, to the right, to the left, and that you will be able to draw it in whatever perspective you like, whatever perspective you think is going to look better in that pose. Jesus, what am I doing? Yeah. Also, the thing is to draw so much. First of all, it's not giving a fuck about if your lines are bad, because worrying about your lines so much won't serve you for anything. But I want to draw so much that it's like, okay, you make a mistake, whatever. I'm already doing another drawing. I'm already drawing so much that making a tiny mistake doesn't feel like a lot, and I can brush it off. I can live with my mistakes and fail more confidently because I am already doing a lot of stuff. All right. So I'm going to give you guys, for the 6 people that are currently watching this, I'm going to give you a pro tip, all right? Are you ready? So it is way better if you focus on making your lines extremely ugly, like almost doodling, like actual horrendous looking lines. That's gonna be way better. But you will. Oh, hello, Michi. It's better if you don't really worry too much about the line work, because that is honestly the least important thing. And once you know perspective, and your perspective is good, your proportions are good, and your anatomy looks good, if you combine that good anatomy, that good perspective, and that good proportions, what's gonna happen is that your lines are gonna be ugly, but your drawing is going to make sense and it's gonna look good. So it is going to look more dynamic, more loose, more, it's going to give off this, yeah, I don't really give a fuck vibes. That is something I used to think when I was a beginner and I was trying to break down other people's art, like some artists that I like that were doing drawings. I used to I used to think, oh yeah, this guy seems like he's not giving a fuck. Like, how does he draw in this way? How does he achieve this level of line confidence? Because it really seems like he doesn't care too much. And I think I eventually figure it out. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we'll keep uploading more tutorials. Don't worry. Hmm. Let me see if I can draw this guy like sitting on a chair or something. Oh, I think that I drew the leg too high. Shouldn't be this high. That's better. That's ceiling extremely high. What the hell? Whatever. Happy little accidents. Mm, yeah, you can still mess up very confidently, and it's not really gonna matter that much. Can give this guy a hat. When you know perspective, like what perspective is going to unlock for you is the ability to attach things to other things. So you can attach like a hat to a person, or you can attach like something else, and the perspective is going to be good. Like this probably doesn't make sense for you right now, but perspective, knowing perspective is basically knowing how to attach things to other things, how to bind them together. So it's like if you can attach one cube to another cube. This is why drawing cubes is so powerful, by the way, because it's going to help you even if you're drawing organic stuff or more complicated things. You should be able to. Okay, I'm gonna draw a box, and then I'm gonna draw um, something that is interacting in some way with this box. Something that it feels like it's attached, and you should be able to first attach it in your brain. So it's like if you have a box here, you should be able to. Okay, I'm gonna draw another box that is a little tinier here, a little bit thinner, and then I'm gonna draw. I don't know, a cylinder on top of this. And it's like just pretend that you're playing with a Lego or something, and you're just um, putting things on top of another and everything. Jesus. Okay, we are like 40 minutes in. Yeah, 35 minutes. There's only 11 and a half hours to go. I'm excited. I usually try to do this by myself. I try to draw for as long as I can, but I end up getting distracting, and this is what I hate. I don't have a lot of distractions really, but I end up just getting distracted by stupid random things. But of course, if I'm here live streaming, I'm not just gonna randomly go and scroll on TikTok. Mm, Let me try to draw this guy sitting on a chair. It's not hard. I should just follow the perspective. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You know what I hate? I hate when people. I hate that people think this is too hard. I hate that people think that you have to have photographic memory to draw like the from imagination or to draw like Kim Jong Il. And I think that's dangerous. There's just a dangerous mentality that people have because they're pedestrializing this guy and convincing themselves that it is impossible to be that good. So they're just like, oh yeah, yeah, he's not like I was watching this video that is called like Kim Jong Il was using cheat codes, and it was like yeah, it's like people talking like this, where it's like, oh yeah, this is very hard, he does some like black magic fuckery or something, and it's not really that complicated. Well, it is complicated, but it's not really that complicated. Like the path is really straightforward. It's like seeing like a very jacked bodybuilder, and it's like, whoa, that is really impressive, but there's no like any secret on how you did it. But the thing is where people when people start to um when people start to not think about it and not thinking that it's possible, people brainwash themselves into thinking that it is impossible and that you have to be some kind of freak of nature to be good at drawing, when in reality you can brainwash yourself for the opposite reason, like I'm doing. You can brainwash yourself into thinking that it's possible and that you can too achieve this goal, even if you feel like you have shit memory or shit genetics. How do you brainwash yourself to that point, you may ask? Well, it's by just wanting it bad enough. There's no secret to it, really. If you don't want it bad enough, you're gonna make some random like bullshit excuse. You're gonna say, "Oh no, I can't draw for 12 hours a day because of this, because I have to work, because I have to do X." Even if you have to work, even if you have to study, whatever. Like, bro, if you want it bad enough, you would draw for the required amount of time. You should be able to, you would draw and do whatever it's in your control to achieve this goal if it's that important to you, because I know it's very important to me. That's why I'm willing to sacrifice uh, being awkward on camera here on live stream every single day, and yeah, exposing myself basically and showing myself to people. That's always hard. Like, you know, the people who watch these videos and who watch the live streams is like, I think you're taking for granted that the people who are behind all this are becoming vulnerable before your eyes, are just exposing themselves to like the internet, and that's always kind of scary, but that's the price you pay for everything. being a good artist, for being an online content creator. Is this stream quality good though? I can't tell. I'm just going to assume it is. No, wait, let me actually check it. I don't want to be a shitty live streamer. Yeah, seems about fine. Like, I was also planning on doing like Twitch live streams, but I don't know, I can't be bothered. Like, I already have my audience here on YouTube, so fuck it. I'm not gonna switch platforms. You use Intuos Pro. I use a Huion tablet. I use the. I always forget the name. The Huion Inspiro HB 640 something. It's a bit of a shitty tablet. No, it's actually holding up very well. Like, I bought it like 4 years ago, and it's a really good tablet. But I would like to upgrade to a screen tablet eventually. Like, I do have an iPad, and I have it right now as a backup in case I wanna draw in like a screen tablet, because I don't know. Sometimes I find it a little bit annoying to draw on Photoshop here with this tablet because of the way the lines kind of interact. I don't know. It sometimes it doesn't feel as smooth, and it's a little bit annoying because the lines feel a little stiff. I don't know how to explain it. Whoops. Let me try to add some more objects in perspective to like the same character, around the same character, like a box. You know, I think learning perspective and learning anatomy, like both things separately, are a little like bastardized. Or it's like just people don't know how to do it, and they don't appreciate how important both things separately are. So it's like people take anatomy, like learning anatomy. A lot of people just don't even bother trying to learn anatomy, and the people who do, more often than not, they don't end up learning anything. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm studying anatomy. And what did you learn? Did you actually memorize anything? Oh no, 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 it didn't really work. So you just wasted your time. So what you have to do is, oh, and also with perspective, of course, it's like people don't bother learning perspective, but the ones they do don't know how to actually apply it into their drawings. And it's like, okay, it just feels like the grind you're doing is pointless because you don't know what you're doing. But when you combine perspective with anatomy, and you first learn perspective with the right intention, and then you focus on learning anatomy, that's when everything is going to click, and you're gonna use these two skills in like a compounded way. So it's like you first gotta learn perspective before learning anatomy of anything, by the way, not only like human anatomy, but the anatomy of anything. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. Otherwise, the when you try to learn anatomy, it's not gonna click for you. You're not gonna see it in a way that's gonna make it easier for you to memorize it, and you're also not gonna have this memorizing mindset. You know, when you're really trying to retain this visual information in your mind, which is also really important. Try to try another person. I'm gonna try to draw another person. Should I get rid of this? I'm gonna draw a person with a gun. That's exciting. And yeah, drawing from imagination is just observing something for long enough that you memorize it and doing that multiple times and that you fully understand what you're looking at and then translating that into perspective. So you learn the anatomy of something and you translate that with perspective onto the canvas. But it is about observing. It's not about engaging some mystical part of your brain or the universe. You know, like you're some sort of I don't know. I hate when people mystify drawing from imagination. It shouldn't be ambiguous. It shouldn't be complicated to understand because it's just up to your ability to retain information, which we all, by default, we have a very great ability to do this. We just don't know how to. We just don't trust in ourselves enough to retain information, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna draw a person with a gun. I'm gonna draw a person with like an AK-47 or something. I'm gonna try to think of a pose. This is a little boring, and this is something that I'm kind of course, because I'm live streaming. I don't want to bore the hell out of the people who are watching this already, but it is important to take some time to visualize before you draw something. So I prefer you spend 5 minutes visualizing what you're going to draw before you draw it, than you don't visualize it at all. So, close your eyes, visualize what you're going to draw, and eventually it's going to get easier for you to create a mental image without even closing your eyes. Or so I think. What pose would be fun? Actually, for the people who are watching, let me show you something. Okay. I'm not doxing myself for anything here, right? Hopefully not. Okay, so I have this website on my this website here that I want to show you guys. That is really good. It's called Sketchfab. Wait, give me 1 second. There's this website called Sketchfab where you have a bunch of 3D models. So if you wanna look up like dragons or some random thing, let's see. Let me go to like cars and vehicles. Trying to make a point here. So imagine you're going to draw a car. Well, you can go to like this website and look. You can visualize the object here, and you will be able to move it around in 3D space. It's not loading. Fuck, it's not loading. Okay, this is not loading. Let me show you the other website then. This is running extremely slow. Okay, so there is this website called postmyart.com. Postmy.art. and this is really great for learning anatomy, but like not really. Well, it is for learning anatomy, but look, this is the point that I want to make. So hopefully this loads one day eventually, please. Yeah, my computer is not really good. That's why it's taking so long. I should probably upgrade my computer eventually. I want to keep doing these live streams. Okay, so here we have a 3D model of this guy, and this is really, really helpful. And I want you to have this mentality where I want you to imagine that this is your brain. Like this space that you're looking at right now, where you're able to move around, this should be your the space where you visualize things. However, if you're a normal person and you don't have photographic memory, you're probably not going to be able to remember 100% of like what something looks like right away, and you're probably not going to be able to visualize that either in 100% like quality, right? So imagine this is your brain and this is the character that you are visualizing. You should be able to tell the character to move like the arm, like to flex the arm or something, to move around, to raise the leg or whatever you want him to do here. So if I want this guy to raise his leg, I can do this, right? Bam. You should be able to tell the character in your mind to do this, or to like you visualize it doing it, and you will probably be able to visualize around 40 to 60% of the or to draw in like a 40 to 60% accuracy when you visualize it, right? But it's almost like you're looking at the image in like a 40 to 50% opacity, if that makes sense. So you're not looking at it in your mind this clear, of course, unless you are indeed a freak of nature. That takes some like, I don't know if you can practice this, to be honest. I don't want to get black pilled, but I don't know if this is something that you can actually train, to visualize more clearer, which I'm trying to do, by the way. So I'll let you know. But by the way, this website is great because you have a bunch of models and you can just study from here. So if you're learning anatomy, you you kind of overload it. It's like going to the gym. You first start with like the empty barbell and you just keep leveling up. So you first start with drawing a person out of boxes, like this guy here. All like the person is made out of boxes, and that's gonna make it easier to visualize it. So here we also have um blocky person. Yeah, here. And it's like, okay, you first study how this works and you visualize this in your mind instead. Because if you try to memorize the big guy with the detailed anatomy right away, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle if you don't know anatomy and if you don't know where things go, and if you haven't looked at anatomy enough. But if you're learning in the beginning, you draw this guy. This is something I also hate about the people, the artists who tell you to draw the mannequin, is that they don't tell you how to overload it. It's like they tell, oh yeah, yeah, draw the mannequin, to study anatomy to simplify it, but they don't tell you how to go from this to this guy. They don't tell you how to level it up. That is really annoying, and they don't even tell you to level it up. It's like, oh, you just do this. And learning how to draw the mannequin, by the way, this is why a lot of people find it so pointless to do this, is because like learning to draw the mannequin if you don't know anatomy, sorry, if you don't know perspective, is going to be extremely pointless, and everything is going to look bad and flat, and you're not going to know what you're doing because you don't have a clear understanding of, you know, the eye level you're drawing the mannequin, and also the vanishing points. All right, yeah, I think that's about it. So yeah, visualize that in your mind and just. Oh shit, the quality of the live stream is actually not good now. I don't like this. Seems to be lagging a lot. Probably shouldn't have opened up that website. Okay, I'm gonna try to restart the live stream real quick because this is I don't want this to suck too much. This is really slow. I'll be back. Hello, are we good now? Uh, yeah, seems to be better now. Let me know if you can see the thing. If everything is going swimmingly, please let me know. All right. Let's actually draw something. I'm goofing around too much. All right, fantastic. Hmm. I have something in mind. So what you draw is like when you focus on having a mental image of what you're going to draw, you'll find that most of the time is not going to turn out the way that you visualized it, and that is okay. That at least means that you are actually doing the effort of visualizing in the first place. Okay, I know how to draw an AK-47, but I don't know if I don't know if I'm able to like this is the thing where perspective also comes into place. This is why perspective is also so important. Perspective is not only vanishing points and eye level and foreshortening. Perspective is also knowing how to connect things. You know, if I want to give this guy a gun, I have to, you know, they both have to be in the same perspective. And for you to do that in a successful way, you have to know perspective. Of course, it's not only, but you have to know how to attach things more than the actual perspective. I mean, this is why I don't like the word perspective too much when it comes to learning this, because I see things more as 3D space than perspective. So I prefer just saying, oh yeah, just study 3D space, focus on improving your 3D space awareness, whatever. And that would be really better, really. So let me see if I can draw. Hmm, How can you draw for 12 hours and stay focused? I can't. I can't. That's the answer. That's why I'm doing this live streams on the first place, because I can't stay focused. Because if I'm doing live streams, I'm not gonna be goofing around. Thank you. All right, let's see. I should have probably drawn the gun for the buddy, but that's okay. Should I figure out how to draw an AK-47? Oh Jesus, this is horrible. Wait, let me warm it up first. Let me warm up first. I'm a little clueless right now. I'm gonna draw an AK-47 from memory. Yeah, I'm not using any reference, by the way. Damn it. Okay. So it's like it's been a while since I don't draw guns. You gotta learn how to memorize everything, but at the same time, you gotta be aware that this is like damn, no way, I messed up. This is like the gym. Imagine you're doing bicep curls. You have to continue doing bicep curls if you want to keep that muscle, because you're going to lose the muscle if you don't keep training it eventually. Okay, I think it was something like this. Oh man, this is horrendous. That's okay. I'm gonna take pride in the bad stuff that I do, because I'm gonna mess up a lot. I can't conceal that. I can't pretend that I'm not gonna fuck up a lot here. the 12 hours that I'm gonna be trying. Okay, so it's like mm, okay, so the AK-47 had this like the iron sight here had this little weird shape. Seems to be about right. I used to um I have a game, I have a video game called World of Guns that allows you to like grab guns and disassemble them and understand how they work and actually rotate them in 3D space, just like the other website I showed you a while ago. And it's really useful if you are interested in knowing the anatomy of guns in this case. And you will be able to understand how to detach some parts and disassemble the gun. It's really cool. Doing those little things and storing that information in your mind is what's gonna help you more than even drawing itself. Shit, I messed up. I always fuck up the AK-47 magazine. Always. This looks like a Roblox gun. Let me visualize it in my mind. It's like, of course, it's way thinner than this. I know it has like this stupid banana shape. It's actually really thin. This is giving me cancer. This is terrible. I think it has like a save here, the AK-47, and then here it has the actual trigger. Is it supposed to be so blocky? It's probably a little thinner, but I'm making it blocky for the sake of perspective. So when you have trouble visualizing like this type of organic forms, you simplify them in a very blocky shape because it's gonna help you turn things into perspective way easier. It's almost like you're drawing a Roblox gun. So it's easier to build it if that makes sense. I have a Russian shit. Yeah, I used to know how it looked exactly, like all the tiny details and shit, because I used to take this gun apart and disassemble it. But I'm gonna have to look at a reference again. I know the handle is like very blocky, like this. I know the handle is something like this. Can I do it? Yeah. All of these things, all of these things help. You don't even have to disassemble an entire gun to try to understand it. But even if you do, it's going to be pointless if you don't observe the gun or whatever it is. Not necessarily a gun, but you get the point. Something like this. This is my AK-47 after 2 months of not looking at a reference. I think the no 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 this isn't right. The stock is like this, right? No no. What was it like? I think it was Jesus. I don't remember. Lower barrel should be a little higher. Yeah, I know. Lower barrel isn't touching. Yeah, yeah. I have to look at a like, bro. This is literally the point of what we're doing here. Uh, I'm drawing from imagination, but of course, I haven't memorized things yet. Like, I haven't memorized every single thing that I uh, feel like drawing. So that is the slow and tedious part. So that's why we're here, basically. Even though I'm currently drawing from memory, that doesn't mean I'm not going to spend uh, a lot of time looking at reference, because that would be missing the point. It is important that you draw from reference and you recall what things look like. Otherwise, what's the point? You can't just pull off a reference, or make up things out of nowhere. And I actually had this question when I was, early this year. I booked a call with an artist I started following. Like, I found who was doing drawing from imagination, and I was like, oh yeah, this guy is really good. I want to be good to look at a reference after you draw it. Yes. Yeah, I'll look at a reference in a minute. What I used to do, or what I still do, I think it's a really good practice, is that you look at something. If you're gonna draw from a reference, you look at a reference, but you draw in a complete different angle, in a complete different perspective. So that's going to force you to at least understand the form and the dimensions of the object, and the shapes, of course, and being able to rotate that in 3D space. So yeah, anyways, I was asking this guy that I booked a call with him because I thought, man, this guy looked really good, and I might as well just invest into my art journey if I'm gonna get this serious. I'm gonna become this much invested into art. I might as well just book a call with this guy and see where he goes. Uh, and I remember I asked him this question. I asked him how much of what you're drawing, because he was drawing like very complicated stuff, like um, mechanical industrial things. And I also saw some other people drawing industrial stuff, so I was curious to know, okay, how much of this that you're drawing is gibberish, and how much is actually you knowing what you're doing. I always had that question, and I think it's a really good question to ask yourself, or well, probably not yourself because you don't have the answer yet, but I think it's a good question in general. How much of what you're drawing should be gibberish, or should be just you knowing what you're doing, and putting like the right details where they should be? Because I used to think, okay, yeah, this guy is drawing, but he's not really knowing too much what he's doing. He's just winging it. But turns out he didn't really like explicitly answer me the question, but I then learned that it is in fact something that you know. So you learn about an object so much and you study an object so much that you know even the smaller details, and you memorize that. So when you're going to draw it from memory, you don't have to do any gibberish. It's just like you just know what you're doing. Oh Jesus, this fucking handle never fails. The magazine never fails to be ugly. Okay, what do I want this guy doing? Do I want him to be sitting down? Do I want him to be standing up? Maybe there's someone else next to him. I hate this leg. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Zero? Trying to memorize face plane with the sorrow head and tougher than expected. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The actual planes of the face are not that hard to memorize. At least for me, because I've done painting. I like painting faces, and I've painted faces for a while. So I kind of know like, I do know the planes of the face. But translating that into a drawing, as in being able to draw that in any angle, is another thing that is a little bit more complicated. So it's like, this is why we simplify the face into boxes, because we separate the most basic planes, which are, oops, what happened here? So we have this plane here, this change in like the plane of the face, and this is the separation, like, so this guy is looking forward here. So at least we know, like, that's the important part when you were trying to understand perspective on this. So if you're having trouble, not memorizing it, because it's not that hard to memorize, but actually translating that onto the canvas, it may be your perspective skills that are a little out of whack. They might be a little, um, the way you translate it into perspective, 3D space. Mm, How do you finish a painting? How do you finish a painting? A painting. That's a good question. Well, I usually get burnout, at least when I'm painting, right? For some reason, that doesn't happen a lot when I'm drawing, but I get burnout when I eat too much junk food, when I eat a lot of carbs. Like, after I eat a lot of shit food, I end up just getting a little bit of brain fog. I get some brain fog and I'm not able to focus, and I'm just thinking, no man, I just can't be bothered. I'm not feeling patient enough to finish this. So it's like, yeah, when it comes to drawing faces, it's just understanding understanding how to draw faces basically. So like, okay, you start with like a cube like this, and you understand just these things like, okay, the eyebrows are following the same angle, the same angle of the lines, and so is the mouth. So is the mouth. You gotta understand these things, and then it's like, okay, you can go from like, you simplify it first, so at least you use like you the most basic thing, how to draw stuff. So it's like, so at the very least you are able to materialize something, materialize a face first, so then you can make it cleaner practice. But oops. Oh my god. This is the best way to simplify a face. The reason why we draw the cube is because, or the reason why we draw the face as a cube is so it's easier to visualize the perspective, because since a face is naturally very organic, like it's more organic, the shape of the head, like this. We do this, so we know what the perspective is. But if you don't know perspective, it's very pointless that you do all of these cute like guidelines and everything. But the guidelines should be for perspective, not for proportion. I'm gonna draw more detailed, practice some more detailed, like actual anatomy in a second. Yeah, I mean proportions, of course, they vary depending on the object you're drawing. But it's not particularly hard. Like as long as you practice perspective with proportions with like the basic object shapes first. So it's easier to understand the proportion and to feel it naturally when you use shapes like simple shapes first. Mm, but you should feel it intuitively. You shouldn't really feel that much of a extremely complicated thing. I know I'm doing a lot of gym analogies here. I'm a little biased, but you know what really helps with learning anatomy, like human anatomy? Actually getting jacked and going to the gym. It helps you, when you look at yourself in the mirror, it's like, okay, you start to see your muscles and you start to even unconsciously, right? Your brain starts to pick up on these things like, oh, when you extend your arm, this muscle has this shape and it kind of um, shows in this way, it extends this way and it creates this shape. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Drawing for this long is excruciating, but I think I still have some time to train though. Like I have at least 2 hours to train, 2 hours to cook and eat. Hopefully I should be able to go train today a little. Especially like I'm not um I say to myself, okay, I'm not going outside too much lately because I'm drawing and I'm grinding a lot, but if I'm gonna get serious and I'm gonna start doing this every day, I really have to take care of my health, both like my mental health and my physical health. I can't just be like this sedentary even if I'm doing something productive. I'm gonna try to draw an MP5. I used to draw this gun a lot, so I'll probably know how to do it. An MP5. Jesus. Yeah, it's no joke. Junk food actually plays a huge role. Like I kind of hate talking about this, where I find it a little bit like, um, yeah, a little bit out of place when it comes to, honestly, like making art or talking about art, because I know people are kind of tired too of hearing like these goofy things. Oh yeah, just take care of your health, take care of your brain, but it is really that important. That's why I'm pretty much doing like a carnivore diet at this point, because I want my brain to function. I kind of forget what an MP5 looks like. I forget what the stock looks like. I think it's like, okay, you have two, at least two different like stocks. You have the like the foldable one that I think is kind of like, no, maybe the tube. I don't think it's a tube. The stock. I know the iron side of the MP5 is kind of weird. It's like, uh, let me see if I can remember. It's like, kind of like this. No, that can't be right. No, 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 wait. Jesus, I forgot. I'm gonna look it up. Been so long since I draw guns. Again, yeah, you just get rusty and that's it. You get a little rusty and you just have to look at it again a few times and you'll start to recall what it looks like. Let's see. Iron sights. Yeah. Yeah, so you got two. You get the one that is kind of closed. Yep. It's kind of like this, and then you have the. It was something like this. I don't know about the iron stock, the stock thing. I'm just gonna. Oh, this doesn't look right at all. Okay, I need to start looking at reference now. I need to stop pretending that I know what I'm doing. Oops, I almost ended the stream by accident. Okay, so I'm gonna do this thing where I draw something. I'm gonna draw from a reference, but I'm gonna draw it from a different perspective. So I'm just gonna open like the pure ref thing, so you see the reference I'm using. Yeah, you were right. The stock is actually like a tube, like I think two tubes. But it also has like a non-foldable stock. Okay, let me see if I can share this. Pure ref here. You can see it. All right, here I have my reference. So it's like you gotta first be able, like, if you're studying something from the first time, you gotta be able to simplify something into like the ultra basic shapes. So, for example, I know the MP5. Let's say we can simplify it in technically, I guess one cylinder, but let's say two. Like we got one small cylinder at the top, one very thin cylinder, I mean, and then we have a bigger one here, like that. And then it's like we just got the this sucks. Hello, Black Boyd. Mm, let's see, what else can I draw? Oh Jesus! Wait, the streaming quality just went to shit. I'm gonna fix it real quick. All right, I think we're back. Yeah, I'm trying to draw guns. It's been a while since I draw guns, so I'm warming up. I'm just gonna close this. How many years have you been drawing for? I have been drawing for Jesus, maybe like 4 years. 2020, 2020, what? 2021. Yeah, I started drawing it like 2020, 2020. Yeah, when I was 15. I Yeah, I earned a bit from teaching art. It's not perfect. Like my goal is to make an actual living out of this. Although I feel like I have been neglecting drawing specifically for the amount of time that I've been making art. Yeah, I'm 19. Yeah, so I started drawing when I was when I was 15. I started drawing anime, like horrible anime fan art, and just copying stuff basically, which is not a bad thing for like a beginner, of course, but it wasn't until this year that I started doing perspective. Oh, don't feel bad. Like honestly, I feel like this year, literally at the beginning of the year, or at like 2024, like November 2024, that's when I actually started studying perspective and grinding drawing as a thing. Before that, I was just doing painting, but really, like if you have the right guidance, you can actually learn drawing very quickly. You just have to believe that you can. Yeah. 1 point perspective. What 1 point perfect? That's literally how I started drawing in perspective. Just doing 1 point perspective. I didn't even study perspective. I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just Jesus doing they're drawing a bunch of boxes. And so that's the thing about 1 point perspective, that even though it may seem like easy or very simple, it's really, you can make it as complex as you want it. You can add so much stuff into that, and that's literally most of what you need to make some convincing perspective. God, I don't know how to draw pants. I know how to draw like a detailed leg, but I don't know how to draw fucking pants to conceal them. That's what people do. People draw clothes on top of people to um, hide the fact that they don't know anatomy. But for me, it's the opposite. I find it more complicated to draw clothes than draw people naked. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, most of perspective and what I think is truly valuable about learning perspective is not, necessarily about the vanishing points or the foreshortening or all this basic stuff, but you're training your brain to see things with a deeper mentality of just attaching things. So it's like you have, this is why I love mannequins so much, because you have a box, you start with a box that represents the face, right? And how do you draw the rest of the body from this point? You don't draw it, you build it, you connect it. It's like drawing is, the way that I see drawing is more of a vehicle for materializing things. So this is just my way of making a 3D, or of spawning a 3D shape, if you will. So what I'm doing is materializing this shape, then I'm going to materialize another here, bam, and then another, almost like I'm putting Lego parts together. And it's like, this is what am I doing? I find myself not visualizing things enough. So it's like, I don't think so I just forget. It's just force of habit. It is so easy to not visualize something and just draw like that. I mean, more than drawing the arrowhead, it's just understanding it. It's more understanding it than any other thing. Like, can you draw it in your mind? Or can you draw it from another angle? Can you rotate it in your mind? Can you rotate it in 3D space? That's what matters. And it is important to not get distracted by the lines. Don't let your lines distract you from the shapes, as in, do not abuse the control C tool, because when you start control Cing so much, then you start to overthink your lines, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to overthink every line you make. I see so many artists doing this, and I basically grew up thinking, as this is the norm, this is normal, that when you draw a line, it's like you control C the line. Wait, I actually have my keyboard turned off, so I don't do that. But you make a line, you control C, you make a line, you control C, you make a line, you control C, and so on until you get the perfect line. Yeah, yeah, this is the perfect line. Now I can do the other one, the other line, and control C endlessly, without really, yeah, just mindlessly wasting more time doing this stupid shit than actually drawing. I find it so dumb, and it always look worse. Like, you can tell when, if you show me your drawings, especially like if you're drawing boxes, if you show me your boxes in perspective, I can tell if you abuse the Control C tool, if you use the Control C on these boxes, and you should not have to do this, because that is going to ruin your intuition. going to make you overthink about the wrong things. And I wish somebody told me this earlier. I considered it, but I did not really consider that it had this much importance, which it does. It's going to make your lines more dynamic, though. Not even your lines, well, obviously your lines, but the whole thing. If you abuse the Control C tool, the whole drawing is going to look very stiff. Well, I mean, yeah, it is important to just not let your life get in the way of what you want. You know, if you really have a goal, you're supposed to do everything in your control to achieve it, regardless of what the world thinks about it. Like, who gives a shit if you get bad grades? Who gives a shit if I don't know, you're distracted at work, or if your parents get mad at you because you're drawing too much and you're neglecting school? I'm probably a little biased. Like, I'm a high school dropout, so I I know what it's like to have free time. I wasted half of that time. The other half, well, more like two-thirds of that time were completely wasted. And then I started to develop some good habits like drawing and everything. But if this is your main thing, if this is your main goal, you'll do everything you can, even above your mental health in some cases, to get to point A to point B to the point that you want. So this is why I'm doing these live streams. It's already like 5:30. Yeah, 5:30 a.m. here where I live. Jesus. Yeah, bro. I think most people don't talk about the important things because people used to do like shit for views and to get clicks and everything, but I haven't heard anyone talking about the dark side of art, if that makes sense. Like, Jesus, I started making art to stay away from my destructive side, from addictions, from self-destructing myself, right? This is a bit of this is my escape, basically. I don't think you're gonna hear anyone on the art community telling you to draw 12 hours a day, or that it's healthy to draw 12 hours a day, because everyone is a pussy and they're telling you to not get burnout. Bro, I'm not getting burnout here. I'm actually having fun. Like, I know I'm drawing kind of slow and I'm talking at the same time, so it's like I'm not being as productive here, but still I'm focused. I'm locked in, and I'm here in the end, and I'm having fun. So I'm not getting burnout or anything. That's bullshit. Yeah, I also like to ramble a lot, so I get scared every time an artist starts to get deep because of Mike Nash. I don't know who that is. Yeah, and I'm not missing any chance to talk about any like controversial stuff, or to polarize the message that I say, or what I think about things, so to speak. Because I want to cultivate the type of audience that actually like agrees with me and stuff. It is so annoying when the type of people who watch you doesn't like, when this type of people don't agree with you, and you're like kind of overthinking what to say and what not to say. So I don't give a fuck if three people watch me, as long as I can be myself, as cringe and generic as that sounds. You know what I should draw more? I should draw more hands and feet. Those are complicated. I mean, I know how to draw hands and feet, but attaching them in like a fairly detailed way to a body, I find it a little challenging, especially feet. I'm getting better, but again, that is part of perspective. It's not knowing foreshortening and vanishing points, but it's also knowing how to draw one thing and being able to attach it to another. It doesn't matter if you spend an entire day learning how to, like, observing a backpack and knowing how to draw a backpack, if you don't know perspective, so you can't connect it to the person, you can't attach that backpack to the person. Drawing feet. No, I find hands to be way easier than feet. Let me show you why. Because if you look at your own hand, first you have more like freedom to look at your own hand in any angle you want, but mostly your hand is more easy to simplify. Let me actually open up a new document here. Your hand is way easier to simplify because Yeah, you can simplify it in a box, or you can look at it as a boxy structure. Just look at your hand without, like, pretend the fingers are not there, and maybe just the thumb. Oh Jesus, this is a terrible thumb. Sorry. Everything is just boxes and cylinders at the end of the day. It is looking at even the smaller things as 3D shapes, like for example the fingers. The fingers have three joints, and it is important to look at each one like as a 3D shape. Oh fuck, this is a horrible finger. Yeah, it is easier when you draw the hand first. So like the this just helps you visualize the hand it better in perspective when you draw like the box. God, to be honest, it's just harder for me to draw it this way now. But yeah, you can, or yeah, I guess a better thing is to simplify the fingers and just like one entire structure, but to still see it as a 3D shape. So it's like this. These are the fingers. Just, I should have warmed up a little more. Yeah, I mean, I guess feet you can simplify the structure of it by the idea is that you will always memorize the simple structure first. And the thing is, like, you have a lot of ways of simplifying a food. Just think of like a video game like Roblox, for example, where it's like, the or these video games where the feet or the hands have a very blocky and straightforward way, where it's more like this maybe. I think people quit because they don't want it bad enough. That's it. And that's nothing to be ashamed of, really, because I think everyone has its own thing, its own like passion in life where we are good in like our thing, our field, our own field. So I tried playing guitar, and as much as I love music, I love playing music, I love listening to music and playing guitar. I'm not very good at it because I don't practice enough. Because to be honest, I don't want it bad enough. I don't want it as bad as I want to be good at drawing. So that's why I'm practicing drawing way more than playing guitar. I shouldn't control this much. I think perfectionism is bullshit. I think it is just people making excuses. And when I say people, I also mean myself. I'm not just shitting on people for the sake of it. I'm actually very guilty of this in a lot of things. Like, the main thing for me was the constant battle of, yeah, the main thing for me, I think, was just not wanting to show my art to the public because it wasn't good enough. I always said, no, this isn't good enough. I'm not gonna show it yet because I'm scared of what people are gonna think of my art if it's not good enough. Or about this live streams, for example, it's like, um, I'm not that good yet. I'm not at that point. But the reality is that nobody gives a shit, really. It's like, you know, um, nobody thinks that I'm the only person who is overthinking about trying to be perfect. But in reality, this is only harming your growth. And it's the same thing with like erasing your lines. You know how long it took me to break this habit, like for the most part, of not control seeing my lines? Because of course I developed this habit since the very beginning, so it wasn't easy. And yeah, I guess it's just a matter of understanding that you're the only one who gives a fuck about your mistakes. You're the one who gives full like attention to this, I guess. Or you just have to force yourself to draw so much that making one mistake is not going to matter. Oh, this is really bad. Why did I start with the fucking ribcage? That just makes it extremely complicated. Wait, maybe I can draw like a female body. Like it's just easier to draw the boobs when they're following, when you visualize them, just following the form of the ribcage. Jesus. I hate drawing feet. Jesus, never look good. What am I doing? I'm butchering the anatomy of this. You're never going to be good enough at anatomy. God, this looks ridiculous. Let her cook. She's gonna cook a fart. I'm gonna make this. Make a fart out of this. Yeah, I have a fart fetish. This is supposed to be a woman. I think you can tell by that cake. I don't do enough like shading in my. Oh, that's terrible. These are the worst fucking high heels ever. Jesus Christ. Let me try and make this pretty. Alright, that's a little better. Mm, there's still about 9 hours of live stream. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to recover from this. You know what? This is my full time job, anyways. Like, this is better than working in an office or anything. Whatever. I hope more people join, though. The first live stream I did like a month ago, I think like 10 people joined at least. But it was more at like the evening, no, like the afternoon. You know, the key for drawing pelvis, which I'm just realizing I really fucked it up here. I made the butt too far apart. Shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be able to see this. Yeah, that's better. That makes more sense. Oh, this looks so goofy. So yeah, when you're drawing like a pelvis, it's always what I do is I visualize, because I'm always like, okay, where do the pelvis bones connect with the rest of the body? And I'm like, okay, I use as reference like the crotch area, and then I draw like an underwear in my mind. I pretend that the person has an underwear, is wearing some sort of underwear, and this will tell me like roughly the shape, or the where the pelvis is going to be, is like a very useful guideline. So for this, in this case, it would be like this. I usually draw using like colors. I usually draw in like blue or red like this. Oops, that's not blue. But I don't know. I think because of the live stream, I don't want to use like weird colors because it's probably not going to show so clearly. So I don't want to risk it. I'm gonna try to draw a scene in my mind. See what I can come up with. Gonna draw this bigger. Honestly, I'm surprised because I'm streaming, of course, and my computer is pretty shit. I'm surprised that it's actually going pretty well and it's not lagging my Photoshop screen. Welcome back, brother. Yeah, I'm actually studying anatomy now. Well, I've never stopped studying anatomy here, but stopped goofing around. All right, man. Thank you for thank you for coming. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. I don't know what I'm drawing. I'm gonna try to implement more interaction. Like if I'm gonna draw a person, I'm gonna try to at least draw another person, and try to find a way in which the characters can interact with each other and shit. Because I think that's very useful. And also like I don't know, a person grabbing another person by the neck or something. When you are able to make things interact in that way, you know, things become very fun. It becomes very fun. Um, no, I've actually never tried animating. Well, I've tried it once, but um, I tried it once when I was like in the first few months of me trying to learning how to draw. I was trying to animating Krita, I think. But of course, it was kind of it doesn't catch my attention too much. I think drawing by itself is kind of like animating, but it would be fun, like a fun experiment. Like, I've always wondered, you know, what if artists like Kim Jong Gi tried doing animations, like digital animations, because you know, doing like animations in traditional in paper and stuff, it's very tedious. It takes a lot of time, and of course, it's a little annoying. But you know, when you have like access to a digital tablet and you can just animate whatever is in your mind, and when you can visualize it too, that seems to make it very a lot easier. Yeah, animation. That's what I was talking about earlier. That I used to rely, and I think most artists rely on muscle memory for drawing something instead of using their mind to rotate it and to actually understand how it works in perspective. But yeah, when you're animating, it's like it forces you to have a decent understanding on what you're doing. Mm, what things are the most fun to draw in your opinion? I like drawing people. And guns. I mean, everything is kind of fun, really. I don't know. I guess just trying to implement as much of everything into one piece is like really fun as a whole. It's more about the compounded result of drawing multiple things that make something fun to draw. But yeah, I'm having fun drawing this mannequin people because it's like this is really the hard part, turning the mannequin around in perspective. Because uh, I know I'm rambling too much, but I wanted to I wanted to share this little analogy because when you're studying anatomy, it's important that you overload it, and that you do it in a smart way, of course, because when you once you know perspective and you're trying to learn anatomy, drawing this box, this mannequin box, whatever you want to call it, is imagine this is your character, and right now your character is at level one. So this is level one human body, and you should be able to rotate it around in any angle and visualize it in any angle with any pose, whatever. And you level up the human body by observing and understanding anatomy and how it works, but just by taking like mental notes, just like in the website I showed you that I can't open up again because it's gonna crash the live stream again. But yeah, just basically looking at a human body and picking up on these little things and just taking mental notes like, okay, the chest connects in this way with the back muscles, for example, or with the shoulder, and the shoulder kind of starts right under the collarbone, and like when the trapezius muscle kind of ends there. You just start taking these mental notes of what is kind of objective, what is prevalent in regardless of the pose or the angle you're drawing the human body. And then it's like you're able to visualize it. Like if you look at the mannequin, you're able to visualize all of these muscles, even if they're not drawn, even if they're not explicit. So it's like you got the trapezius muscle. Jesus, you got the trapezius muscles here. So it's like you get the whoop. You also get the lat muscles. Shoulder here. Well, I made this too the forearm and the bicep too far apart, but you get the point. Here's the pelvis. So remember the underwear thing. Here's the butt. That also connects to the pelvis, and then here the legs. And as long as you're able to visualize it, you should be able to draw it. It's just easier to do the mannequin. Honestly, right now I don't feel too confident to draw this thing without thinking too much of it. Pretty much it. Hmm. Well, I mean that really depends. I don't know. For me, it is the main priority because I decided that is gonna be my main priority. Like you can switch your priorities by seasons, like if that makes sense. So it's like if one season of your life, let's say for 3 to 6 months, you want to focus on one specific thing, let's say school or university, you want to focus on your studies, then that's all you focus on. And of course you dedicate some time to the other things so you don't fully neglect them. But it's like for 3 months you dedicate to this, only this task here, and then you dedicate to this other task by periods. Maybe I'm going to focus on going to the gym fully and focusing on this for 3 months. And this is the period when I'm locked in this specific thing. I'm personally right now on the period where I decided that I'm gonna be locked in drawing, because I've already decided that a while ago, but I just couldn't get myself to do it. But 30 minutes a day, I mean, it's not that it's not enough, right? It's not that it's not enough, but the problem is that when you decide to spend this little amount of time in drawing, you start to think about it less and you start to obsess over this goal less than you probably should, like in if you want to improve faster, right? Because you can draw 30 minutes a day and you can still make a lot of progress, especially when you realize that you don't have to draw in order to improve. You can literally be outside, and just by observing things, you're absorbing an incredible amount of information by taking mental screenshots of the things you see outside, for example. And when you do this, you're already improving. But for you to obsess that much, even if you're not drawing, for you to obsess that much about art, you have to be like fully committed to this. It has to be your priority, even if you don't draw for 12 hours a day. Mm. Yeah, I personally stopped doing too much painting. This, well, since the moment I started my YouTube channel, I started doing videos about painting, and that's all I did basically. But now I'm focusing more on drawing, and I'm rarely painting now. Well, actually, I did some painting yesterday. Who knows? I may do some painting today. Who knows? But the point right now, I'm doing it kind of consciously, but it's like my brain auto regulates. It's like my brain is telling me, hey, I wanna draw, man. I don't wanna do a lot of painting anymore because you've done that a lot for a long time. Like the first half of this year has been all about painting. Although, yeah, I have been focusing more on drawing. I have been doing drawing on the sidelines, but I have been doing a lot of painting basically every day. But now I'm just taking a break from that to kind of, get into this new thing. Yeah, absolutely. You become what you think about. It is important to, yeah, limit your inputs, because this is why I'm also so against of social media, of using social media and being a consumer, because it it brainwashes you in some way. Like you're consuming so many ideas and so much information that it completely spreads your attention. If you have like a very clear goal, it's like it's just very distracting. Not to mention that, of course, most people have like a 4 or 6 hour screen time, which is horrendous. And it's like if people have a 12-hour screen time, why can't I have a 12-hour screen time but in the thing that I want? Which it might not be very healthy though, but that's the risk I'm willing to accept. And also, yeah, I would do like traditional art, but I need to um I need to do the live streams. Otherwise, I'll probably not stick with it. Mm, Yeah. Especially, well, of course. I really hate when people argue with this, specifically with um, this time wasting activities, because it's like, okay, it is easier, it's more comfortable to waste your time doing bullshit, but don't defend it, because I wasted literally years. I'm not even taking the piss. I literally wasted years since I dropped out of high school, wasting my life away. I would wake up at 6 p.m. and I would go to bed. Like, look, this would be my routine, my daily routine, basically. I would wake up at 6 p.m. I would spend the whole day playing video games. I wouldn't even eat food sometimes. And then I would go to sleep at 9 a.m. Imagine going to sleep at 9 a.m. That is fucking crazy, right? Yeah. That is not. I'm not the type of person that can just have a balanced life, with addictions. Because if this were addictions for me in the first place, I'm not gonna defend this, and there's just a waste of time. You don't really uh, unwind by consuming these things. It's not even relaxing, or you're not going to progress towards your goals when you waste yourself like this. Yeah, that's a problem. It takes time. It takes time. I think it was I think it was Alex Formosi who said it, but to really be successful in something, you have to be a little crazy. You have to be a little sick in your mind to be successful, because not a sane person is going to draw for 12 hours a day or focus on. Are you familiar with Earl Nightingale? I believe I I read about her in one of Ryan Holiday's books. Was she the woman who wanted to be like a nurse, but her parents wouldn't let her? But she ended up like um going out and doing it anyways, like sneaking out. Oh, I'm not making shit up. I think. Oh, but is it the same story, right? I don't know what I thought it was women. But yeah, anyways, I fully agree with this message. I support it. I'm tired of people not pushing it towards your goals enough, treating you like, this is the sad reality anyways. Nobody cares how you got to be successful. Nobody really cares if you worked hard or if you didn't. In the end, what people will see is the results. Whether you work hard or not, that is going to determine the results, of course, the outcome, but nobody really gives a fuck. Nightingale. Oh, is he a YouTuber? Yeah. Yeah, it was Florence Nightingale. I'm not making this up. There is a story of this nurse. called Florence Nightingale. I confused her with the guy you're saying. Hello, Top Hat Dog. Damn, what is up with these names, guys? You're not making it easy for me to pronounce your names. Um, I'm practicing. I'm practicing some anatomy here. I'm drawing some humans. All right. Let's see. What else? What else can I draw? What else can I draw? It's like should get a little crazy as well. Yeah, really. Like you're not going to see any balanced person, any person who has balance. You know, like all these like normies like to say, "Oh, you gotta have some balance in your life." Nobody who has balance got to be successful. And by successful, I don't necessarily mean about money necessarily. I mean about I'm saying towards your goals in general. For me, being successful is being good at drawing, even more than money. Like this is even worth more than money for me. Or being good at playing guitar, it might be for you, for other people. Like I'm hoping it is drawing for you as well, so I can brainwash you too. It would be weird if your main thing is listening to music or playing music and you're watching this live stream. So far we have been drawing for 3 hours and 16 minutes. Although I'm drawing a little slow, that's fine. It's fine. Great. Yeah, that is amazing to hear. My goal, by the way, is to absolutely brainwash people. I want to brainwash people into excellence. Like, if I can, like, push this message of giving the best version of yourself all the time, why not? Like, of course, these are my values, and like yours may differ, but whatever. Like, people get pissed because I'm telling you to work hard. Well, that's on you. I don't give a fuck. Because people have. Oh, that's interesting. You're a pianist. I've always wanted to learn to play the piano. Actually, like sometimes I do some goofing around with like there is an online piano website and I like goofing around there, but I don't know how to play piano, so I'm pretty bad at it. But yeah, I tried playing guitar. I really liked it. But Jesus, I realized that playing the electric guitar is really, really an expensive hobby. There's so much um, things to that you have to spend money on. Like, of course, the fucking guitar is already very expensive, and you have to spend money on a good amp, and also on like the pedals, and also on like I broke the string snapped. Now I have to buy another bag, some other random stuff. It's like, at least with drawing, it's like just get a piece of paper and you can draw, or you can buy a graphic tablet like the one I have for $40. Yeah, I think it's the same thing with drawing. Drawing is very easy to learn, extremely easy to learn, may I say. It's really not hard. The thing is, nobody teaches you how to do it. Nobody. Zero people, like very few people, right? Very few people actually teach you how to follow the right structure to draw, to learn how to draw like an art god. I swear, I don't even watch like art tutorials anymore. Like I actually hate. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I hate watching these art videos that are really like hyper edited with this cringe Mr. Beast edited like edition like type of videos. Stupid editing that makes everything so dopamine inducing and Jesus. Anytime I click a video and it's like that, it's like super hyper edited and everything, I know I'm not gonna learn anything out of that video. Yeah, I even think there's only so much you can learn from speed paintings or speed drawings because I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's really too much to learn from that aside from I think there are only two things that are worth observing from other artists. The one thing that I really suggest that you start looking at other artists and kind of copying, if you will, is the stylization, because things are objective. You gotta study from life. You gotta look at references and be able to observe that and understand the details and how it works. But some artists have their own ways of simplifying things and caricaturizing those things. I don't know how to spell that word, but that is worth studying if you want to get some guidance or some, yeah, if you want to imitate that style, it works. But also, the other reason why sometimes I look at speed paintings is to observe the tempo of the person who's drawing, because sometimes I see people who have a very shitty tempo, if that makes sense. So like when I say tempo, I mean the like the basically how much they're overthinking their lines. Because I see some people who are 100% overthinking their lines and just doing a lot of control Zing or doing a lot like line work, line art on top of the sketch and everything. And there are some other people who draw very fast and sometimes it looks very good. Or there are some people who draw in like an intermediate speed And sometimes, looking at other people's tempo or level of not giving a fuck about what they're doing helps to get your brain used to that kind of flow state. How long have you been drawing in general? Well, technically, I have been drawing for, let's say, 4 years, but I have been really starting to draw like since the beginning of this year. Pretty much like most of the skill that I have acquired has been from this year and all the perspective practice that I've that I have been grinding this year basically. So it doesn't take long. This is what I mean that it's easy to learn, but it's hard to master. It doesn't take long to improve at drawing in perspective and drawing like Kim Jong Un and everything. What it takes long is to memorize everything, to memorize the world, and to actually understand how everything works. Because if I ask you, for example, do you know what a car engine looks like? Can you draw a car engine from imagination? And you probably can't. You're probably gonna tell me, no, I can't. Like, I have bad memory. If I ask you, why can't you draw a car engine like a V8 engine from imagination? You're probably gonna tell me, oh, I have bad memory. I can't store information in my brain. But the real constraint is not that you have bad memory or that you can't recall an image you've seen like 15 years ago. Is that you haven't observed the object enough. It's like, again, with the gym analogy, it's like a muscle you've never trained before. You gotta train it. And when you stop training it, when if you don't train it every day or every week, you're going to stop making gains or you're gonna stop you're gonna progressively lose the muscle the same way you're gonna progressively lose the knowledge for that object, just like I did with when I was drawing the AK-47. I was struggling a little, even though I knew how to draw it perfectly basically, but I kind of forgot about it because I spent like an entire month without drawing it. What work are you most proud of? Hmm. This is gonna sound a bit cheesy, I guess, but the work that I've or the process, like the progress that I've done inside of my mind, that is the thing I'm the most proud of. Like when I say progress, I mean all the knowledge that I've stored about drawing. Because I don't care if I make like a singular piece. Like I'm trying to detach as much from my drawings as I can. But the fact that I can replicate that and that the knowledge hasn't left my brain, that is something to be very proud of. That you're able to replicate that or come up with something anytime. Uh, but I do have like favorite paintings, I guess. Some random paintings that I've made, but whatever. I don't know if I'm gonna get back into painting anytime soon. Yeah, but the reason why I'm making so much emphasis in what's stored in your brain is because drawing is a very mental thing. It is more important that you draw in your mind than drawing on a piece of paper. Like, how crazy is that you can literally improve so much by just drawing in your mind, even almost better than drawing on a piece of paper. I don't think you can do that with music. Like, I don't mean to shit on music or anything, but that's one advantage um, of this discipline, that it allows you to practice whenever you want, literally. And of course, I think this is very wholesome because it forces you to be more present. Because usually when you're outside, you know, you're commuting to work or something, you're not really present, you're not really observing the world. You're not fascinated by how things work, and you're not wondering how does a motorcycle engine work. But I guess it just helps you with that. Yeah, pretty much. So there are two stages for drawing anything. Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, this applies to humans, this applies to any industrial objects, or even complicated objects like cars or like complex machinery. You gotta first memorize. Yeah, memorize. You gotta memorize and understand the basic shape, the most basic structure of that object. I almost visualize it as if that object was like a Lego shape. Like, if you're looking at some object, let's say you're looking at a car or like a motorcycle, can you imagine if that object was made out of Legos? Out of, like, imagine one Lego block of that object, or two, whatever. You kind of get the point. You simplify it to that point, and once you're able to picture that in your mind and to actually memorize it, and you're able to draw that on your canvas, then you start to memorize the details and the smaller parts, and rotate all of those parts, detach them, and separate them from the object. Yeah, we really don't look at things. It is not the same. Like, you can look at an object and not really observe it. That is the weird part. You have to make a conscious effort, almost like you have to take a mental screenshot. So there is this video game that I downloaded on Steam. It's more of like an app than a video game. I wouldn't really consider it a video game in the way that it's not. Um, it's not so much for like entertainment purposes. I think I mentioned it is called World of Guns, and yeah, it just allows you to detach and disassemble parts of the gun. Any gun, you basically have all the guns that there are, and you have, imagine you have an AK-47, you can disassemble even the smaller parts, the smaller screws, whatever. And I used to play that game every now and then to observe the way that the guns look and to pay attention to the way they look and they work. But if you play that game mindlessly, for example, if you just, yeah, I'm playing that game, just because whatever, I'm not really taking my time to observe it and to try to rotate it in my mind, then you're not gonna learn too much. Yeah, yeah, I really like playing music. I think music is not my thing as much as I wish it was, but I don't want to be mediocre at everything, so I'm just sticking to one thing for now. But it is fun. I like goofing around in my guitar, even though I do not know what I'm doing. But yeah, I guess each discipline has its own, you know, figuring it out, like its own way of internalizing the core fundamentals in the sense that you can really feel it. You can create that connection with that thing that is tangible, because that's the other thing. A lot of people talk about art and creating, the creative process in a very wishy-washy way. They don't really explain you, bro. I always see these videos that they talk about, oh, the neuroscience says, or the neuro connections, whatever bullshit. Like, that is not helpful. It sounds scientific. It sounds deep. Oh yeah, you create new connections in your brain, whatever. But that's not gonna help you. That is just, bro. You just go and observe something. Stop worrying about this cute little terminology that's only making it more complicated for the people who want like an easy, um, roadmap to art. You slapped my microphone. Hello, LB. Ooh, we have 10 people here on the live stream. Finally, it only took 3.5 hours. Let's see, what else can I draw? What else can I draw? What else can I draw? I'm gonna try drawing a person doing rows, doing like the this back exercise. How old are you? I'm 19. I just turned 19. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Why did I make it so small? Jesus. What am I doing? Yes, I actually have a Discord server. It's in the description of this live stream, I believe. Okay, I don't know what this guy is doing. Yeah, man, thank you. I think that is, I wish more people were really. I think everyone is really passionate on the inside, but they're so distracted that they don't realize. It is ironic because I would like having wanting to do like a weird mix of self improvement and art, but yeah, wish more people realize about this. Yeah, man. Thank you for sticking around. Financial self improvement. Oh yeah. All right, man. Good luck. Mm, sure, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much. If anything, well, I'll be here anyways for another 10 hours, and probably I'll keep doing this for. I want to do this for an entire year or the rest of my life. I don't know, until I'm very successful. So I don't think the live streams will ever end. Probably going to live my entire life on stream here. I don't know what I'm doing. I procrastinated doing this live stream for so long. I'm a little bit sleep deprived. Hopefully, I'm not gonna fall asleep midstream. Hopefully, I made it. I make it through. I'm actually surprised the live stream is still uh like running. I mean, as long as I don't share another tab or anything, it's not gonna crash. I hope. Would you guys like to see some painting today? Who knows? I might do some painting. Painting from imagination is fun, but it is really hard. It is really fucking hard because you gotta have all the like all the infinite stones. You know, you gotta have so many fucking skills regarding both drawing and painting to both create form in 3D, like using values, and also uh, and also to be able to rotate things in 3D space and to memorize things because how are you gonna draw from imagination if you haven't trained your imagination? Same thing goes for drawing. I'm gonna make this guy fart as well. I would love to open up Magma and create like a shared canvas so I can draw with more people. Maybe I would make like a public one so you guys could join and draw alongside me. But for some reason, the Magma website thing no longer supports Hui on tablets for some reason that I don't understand because early this year it used to, but now it doesn't because, uh, bro, I really hate Magma customer support. They never really respond or solve your problem. Jesus Christ. No, wait, actually, let me twist the torso a little bit for the fun of it. Hmm. Why is this guy mad? When I first started this live stream, I was kind of nervous. My hands were literally shaking. Now I feel like I get into like a better tempo. Like I knew for a fact doing this live streams, even with all of my fucking insecurities, would give me more confidence, of course. And yeah, I can feel it. I'm feeling it. Trying to make a more dynamic pose here. Maybe this guy was climbing a ladder and he fell. He's falling. Hmm. Can't believe it's already 4 hours. Okay, let me actually try to draw the guy doing rows, doing back rows. Uh, no way, I fucked up. Let's see what other process. Let me try to see if I can make two bodies interact. If I can like uh, make one person choke another person or something. I'm gonna try doing this with the mannequins. Again, it's just easier to visualize. There's only so many body parts that you have to, or well, so many details that you have to draw from those body parts. But yeah, it's just greatly reduced the amount of mental work that you have to put into when you're drawing mannequins. Hopefully, this doesn't look like a homoerotic scene or something. Mhm. I made this arm super long. They're having a John Wick fight over here. I don't like that. Right, we went from 10 viewers to 6 viewers. I want to see if I can get to at least 20 viewers by the end of the live stream at least. I still have like Jesus, there's still a lot of time left to for the drawing thing. Like 5 hours, 6 hours, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's a lot of time. Hopefully you guys are drawing here alongside me. You better. I would be offended if you didn't. If you weren't. Yeah, in the end, this is just also a reminder for you. Like, I think we all win by me doing this live stream because it's accountability for all of us, especially for me, but for you too. Why not use this time for creating some art and grinding perspective like I am? What else can I draw? Hmm. Should probably draw like an actual body with detail and realistic anatomy. Yeah, that's the whole point of this fucking live stream for me to study anatomy. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Let me draw the other, like the last few box people, I guess. Mm, I want to draw like a person getting punched in the face. Like if I'm drawing a person trying to stab another one, I might as well use commit. Okay, how do I draw a person punching another person? It's quite a weird pose. That is a horrible tangent right here. I hate that. That's a little better. Like I know I said I wouldn't Control C, but in my defense, I'm doing it mindfully. Like um, when I say that it's not good to overthink your lines and to Control C, I mean that when you are drawing, let's say you want to draw a cube, for example. Once again, if you're drawing a cube and every time you draw, wait, every time you draw, you're Control Cing your lines because you didn't like it. It's not perfect. It's not straight enough. It's not, especially the first line. Jesus, if you're Control Cing the line too much, that is like you feel like you're spending too much time into this instead of doing the actual drawing. That is a problem. But sometimes you may genuinely mess up, and that's fine. But as long as you don't abuse it, as long as you're able to, like, what I do is because I have my keyboard turned off, I have to go to edit and I have to manually press undo brush tool, which takes a lot more effort, and I have to do it very mindfully. Otherwise, yeah. Or I can just grab the eraser tool. But I just grab the eraser tool if I want to erase like the shapes that are kind of overlapping with the others, but that's fine, I guess. I don't like this arm. I'm gonna get rid of it. Shit, I can draw the arm. Can't draw the arm. So here are two ragdolls fighting, I guess. This took me so long to draw. Great. Mm, I think I actually want to draw some. Now I want to draw some actual anatomy now. I think I want to draw a butt. Because why not? I'm gonna draw the box first. Oh, I made it too wide. Should have made it shorter. Uh, Drawing these contour lines when you're drawing people or when you're studying anatomy is really useful, though. Well, actually, I don't know if you can see them because I don't know why, but whenever I use red, whenever I draw or paint with this red color, the quality turns to shit. I don't know if it has to do with like the bit rate or um, the color profile, or I don't know. I'm just making shit up, but something it's just not looking clear. But yeah, I'm drawing these contour lines here, so um, it makes the form easier to identify, or for you to at least visualize it. Can I draw a butt from this angle? I don't know if I like it. Damn, I made the quads too short. Why did I make them too short? the quads, the upper leg. Hopefully you can see it though. Let me see. Let me check the live stream. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so bro, I don't know if anyone's watching this. I don't know if I'm tired. I don't know if I fall asleep at the middle of the live stream, but I'm just going to keep pushing. Hmm, maybe I can draw a person sitting on top of this guy. Yeah, why not? God, let's see what else can I draw. I'm just gonna look up some reference. I'm gonna look up some reference. Why not? Um, Jesus Christ. You know, it's kind of awkward when you are studying anatomy and you want to know like a specific thing like how the ribs connect with the chest, for example, or like the chest connects with the like the shoulder, and then you find yourself looking at actual porn. Then after, well, not porn, but borderline like softcore porn. It's so easy, Jesus Christ, to go on Pinterest and find like so super like explicit images there. It's really, I don't know what the word is. It's really annoying sometimes. Yeah, I'll probably go on Pinterest, whatever. In the end, I can't study anatomy if I'm looking at people with clothes. Although it is also important to study clothing and everything. I always try to pay attention to the clothes that people wear too. Is this Kim Jong? Maybe, maybe it's not a Kim Jong Il tutorial, but it's maybe close. Mm, I mean, most of studying anatomy, I guess, human anatomy in this case, is asking yourself a few questions like, what things about anatomy I still don't know? Like, it may sound a little brain dead asking to yourself what things you still don't know how they work, but it's like you gotta be a little introspective in your weaknesses when you're studying. Just just think, okay, what do I not know how connects with this part, for example. Or if you try to visualize the human body in your mind, it's like, how do I know how the back muscles connect with the shoulder, for example? Am I clear about that in any angle? Can I visualize that in any angle, or is there a little bit of uncertainty? Those are the little things that you have to look for, because that is what is gonna make you able to draw in any angle, basically. Mm, tackling the things that you wouldn't really want to, the elephant in the room, if you will. You gotta have some ego to think, okay, I don't know this very well, even though I've studied it for a while. I still don't know how to draw the back muscles from this angle, or how to connect the shoulder with the how to connect the shoulder with the collarbone. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I still uh, I'm struggling with a little bit of that too. I think you never fully learn anatomy, honestly. There's always something that you can learn. You'll never be good enough. But I guess I can just look it up. Uh, yeah, so if you find yourself like I am looking up just references of like top view person torso, because you don't want to look up a naked person, because that would be a little awkward. And you want like a specific angle of how to for you to understand where the muscles are. What you can do is again go to this website. It's called Sketchfab, and you can just find some human model there. So I can look up women. Uh, so here is a shirtless woman. I felt hurt when you say I will never learn anatomy. No, yeah, you can actually absolutely learn anatomy, but you will never be perfect at it. That's the thing. Like even Kim Jong Il said he wasn't. He's not fully learned anatomy yet, unfortunately. Mm, So it's like yeah, you have to observe things in all angles. Let me see if I can screenshot this and take a screenshot and paste it here. So if you have yeah, so this is the 3D model that I found on this website. And you start to think, okay, what things like I visualize it almost drawing it in my mind. I visualize it like as a separate thing. I'm drawing this separately in my mind as kind of like a self-awareness test or like a just to see if I can draw it on paper. It's like okay, here we have the collarbone that will connect that connects with the trap muscles here that are on the back, and they will connect like this. They'll also connect with the neck. But then here, this will, of course, the muscles are not stickers, and this is why it's so tricky to draw like the human body because you gotta really memorize all of the angles and how the muscles look when they're stretched, for example. Because when you raise your arm, the chest will stretch. It will basically disappear. So this will connect here. And then you have the shoulder here. That is like a separate, after you have like this connection here with the collarbone, then you have the shoulder basically coming from the back and connecting with like the chest a little bit. I mean, these are just the mental notes that allow me to understand anatomy better myself to myself. So whenever I draw it, I can go back through these notes and mental notes. Yeah, visual notes that I've taken, visual like mental screenshots. It is important that you take a lot of mental screenshots, basically. Yeah, and so you start to understand how to break down the human body like this. See if I can pull it off. Hopefully I will. Hopefully I'm not that terrible at drawing anatomy. I've been drawing for 5 hours already. I should be able to draw a torso. I don't know. I like simplifying the neck as a cylinder still, even if I'm gonna draw like a realistic, detailed anatomy. But anyways, I know the collarbone's gonna be here. It's like, all right. So yeah, the shoulder connects with here on the back. I think I made the collarbone too short. too narrow. No, it. We also have the back muscles. We have the shoulder here. Yep, I definitely made this too uh, narrow. It should be fine. I think I have issues not drawing super muscular people. Force of habit. So I know right below the chest here, you got the rib cage, which probably shouldn't be showing that much unless the person is malnourished. No, you know what? When bodybuilders do like the vacuum thing, the vacuum, what's this called? Like when they push their abdomen, so the rib cage is kind of showing here. You can see it clearly. You can actually see it. So this would be the all of this would be the core here. So it's like this part, this cylinder that I always draw. And then on top here it would be the torso. Would be the rib cage and the back muscles here. That's why it's so important to be able to connect the shapes, the blocks, and everything. And the belly button would be right above the pelvic area. And I think that's fairly proportional, I guess. I don't know. It looks good. I mean, as much as I like taking care of the proportions and everything, most of the work is developing your intuition to the point where it's like, okay, it looks good, good enough, I guess. It looks convincing, so fine with that. Jesus. The head's large. What? The head to large. What does that mean? Let's see, what other pose can I draw? And as I said, I'm just gonna think of some random poses that I've seen. That's basically like what you do when you want to think of about drawing something. You think of something you've seen before, something that you find interesting. Like, oh yeah, I was sitting at a cafe with my friend yesterday, and we were in this scenario. I don't know, he was doing breakdance or something, and you start to picture that in your mind, and then you start to picture, in this case, the mannequin, and you start to think, okay, if the mannequin was doing breakdance, how like how would that be, right? You start to piece the things together, the pieces together. Jesus, I don't know if I'm making sense anymore. I'm so sleep deprived. But I already said I was gonna draw for 12 hours, and I'm not gonna change the title of this live stream. It's gonna go straight onto YouTube. This is what happened when drawing for 10, 12 hours. Yep. Yeah, man, I literally woke up at 3 a.m. I plan on doing this every day, by the way. So at least I have some sort of schedule and accountability for this. Otherwise, eh, I don't. I'm not a very organized person when it comes to scheduling and everything. So having this is really useful. I know I'm not gonna stick to it if I set this goal to myself. Probably not gonna hold myself accountable enough. Can I draw someone recording this, like a cameraman? Let me see if I can draw a camera from imagination. If I remember how to draw a camera, like one of those old cameras. Yeah, 12 hours is a lot. But it's like, people spend most of their day scrolling on Instagram, so it's like, fuck it. I might as well just draw for most of the day. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm really hoping you guys are drawing along, otherwise, I will be offended. This is a very crappy camera. Your drawing lesson amused me and you talk like moist critical. Oh, thank you, I guess. It wasn't really a drawing lesson, but I'm very glad you learned something new. I'm gonna post this too on YouTube, by the way, if you guys are too lazy to watch the whole thing. If you're not gonna draw for the whole 12 hours like I am. So yeah, make sure to subscribe and smash that like button. Okay, I don't know how to draw like an old camera tripod. I don't know if that's a thing. Fuck it. So these guys are fighting, and there's another guy here recording. and this guy is excited because he's gonna get views on TikTok. If I don't get to 20 views before the stream ends, probably gonna kill myself. And I don't want to kill myself. Because I still need to make art. There's a lot of art that needs to be made, and it's not gonna be made by itself. Like that. So it's like, yeah, so, like, this is my philosophy here. If there's someone out there, 100%, we all know this. There's someone who, there is someone, or there are like a very small group of people who are grinding this much because Jesus Christ, like, there's probably like an Asian guy who's drawing for most of his waking hours. Why not me? Why can't I be that person? Yeah, yeah. If I'm not gonna be the best artist, at least I'm gonna be the hardest, hardest worker in the room. The guy who draws for most of the day. I would love, I would actually love to be recognized for that, for being the guy who draws 12 hours a day. I'm not even kidding. I could barely sleep last night thinking about this. I yesterday I went late. I I wanted to go to bed early, but I went late because I was drawing, and I wanted to go to bed early because, if I was gonna do the live stream at 3 a.m., I could just go to bed at 12. But I ended up doing that anyways. Yeah, bro. This is such a freaking mess. I don't know what's going on here. Eh, I think this camera had like a lever or something. No, that can't be right. This camera, I was looking at this camera like a few days ago. I swear it had like a lever. like a I don't know. How you measure proportion in perspective? Well, I basically use the shapes as a guideline. So if I'm gonna draw a head, for example, if I'm gonna draw a human or a mannequin in this case, if I'm gonna draw a human, I draw the head. I'm using this head as a guideline because if this is the size of the head, I'm not gonna draw the torso like this, you know? I'm not gonna make it this big unless I'm drawing a person that weighs 500 pounds. So I just use the shapes that I have as a reference already. Like, and if I want to draw another object next to it, I will also measure it. But I'm also using like these lines as guidelines too, like the vanishing point. So it's like you see how the lines here is always going to connect here, are always going to be the same, same always, always, always 100% of the time, always, always. Hmm. I should try like practicing my faces and hair. Do you know what's fucking hard? I really don't like drawing hair. It is really complicated. Uh, well, I mean, it is about treating the hair as another 3D object, of course. This is gonna sound kind of weird, but I have been doing, I have been doing studies of Fortnite skins because they have a very plastic looking hair, and it's like it helps me get into like the mindset of drawing hair in 3D. So it's like you first draw the mannequin here, and you draw hair on top. And it's like you start to ask yourself these questions like, um, is the mannequin or does this person have their head, their hair covering their ear? Is it long enough that it's kind of covering the whole thing, or how does it work? Mm, not great. In this case, the facial features when you're drawing a head or when you're drawing a face, obviously, the facial features are more like stickers in this case because they don't change too much. I mean, I would say except for the nose, like the eyebrows and the eyes and even the mouth sometimes. It's like a sticker, so it's like you can simplify it and or you can add more detail to those. Depends on what you're aiming for, what type of style you're aiming for. But the style in which you draw the facial features depends on you. There you can copy any artist or figure out your own way of stylizing faces. Hmm, I think I should move on. What is this mess? Did I seriously just drew this in only, well, in only 5.5 hours? Should probably get a little faster. Goofing around too much. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's try to draw the ribcage here. Let me see if I can build a person out of this ribcage. Is it accurate? Probably not. Fuck it, I'm just gonna draw the neck here. And from this point, you just keep building the thing. All right. Here we have. Yeah, I guess here we have a decent skeleton. Have you guys seen the Max Steel like figure? Have you seen its like pelvic area where it's like some sort of underwear? You gotta visualize that into your drawings because when you do that, you will be able to, um, well, yeah. Let me see if I have a picture. Let me see if I can find one. Hopefully, I'm not the only one who has seen Max Steel naked. This right here. Yeah. So it's like basically, yeah. Is it the same thing? Yeah, I used to, bro. I used to play very rough with these toys. Eventually, I ended up breaking them, and I had to replace one of the legs. I had another toy. I had to make like a transfusion. I don't think that's the word. Like a, yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Whatever. You have, these joints, and it's like, okay, you just simplify it. It's just like creating a max steel or separating the parts like this in your mind for the sake of visualizing it. It's like you're playing with a max steel, but on the canvas instead of in real life, of course. You can see here you can see the anatomy. Well, it's obviously very exaggerated, but you can see the anatomy. You have the traps, you have the huge thick neck, um, chest, how the chest connect here with the shoulders, and how the shoulders are pretty much separate. They're separate, and if you pay attention here, even though the shoulder is separated from the torso, um, even though the shoulder here is separated from the torso, you still have a bit of the this area here that is the front delt. Still have a little bit of this, especially when you squeeze it. When you kind of squish like your chest, you will notice this part here. There's a little bit part of like the right above the right above the chest and below the collarbone. Yo, thank you, man. Mm, yeah, I think we can still, and you know, from this point you have the muscle structure, whatever, and you can visualize the muscles in your mind. So if this is the collarbone, this will connect here with the neck, like this. Bam. So this would be the front delt as well, even though, yeah, let's say this is part of the torso. This would still be like the front delt that it kind of connects here with the middle of the traps, kind of. Again, these are just like silly mental notes that may not be 100% accurate. It's just the way that I like visualizing. I think I made the I think I made the torso huge. I think I made it too big, or I made the like the rib cage. I mean, or I made the collarbone too small. Uh, ooh, I better draw something quick. People are living. People are living. That can't be happening. What am I gonna do here alone? Anyways, here you also have the back muscles that will connect here to the. These are the lats, right? This is a very simplified version of the lats, and this will connect behind the rib cage. Let me do this. So this will connect behind the rib cage, all the way to the spine, to like the pelvis, to the tailbone, tailbone, and then you also have the chest connecting right here. The proportions may be a little wonky. I think the crease here of the rib cage should be a little higher, like here. But I don't care. It doesn't have to be perfect because it still looks really good, and you can make stuff that looks good without it being perfect. And then the shoulders would be attached here. Let's have a look at our action figure here again. Like every little piece of information that you can gather, that you can store in your brain about this. Okay. Why do I have 0 viewers now? Yeah, fine. If you wanted to rewatch it, it's fine. I'm mostly taking notes for myself here. I'm still going to re-upload this to my like an actual video thing if you want, but whatever. If you want to watch it, yeah. Just about gathering as much information as you can about these little things, about the shoulders, storing that information in your mind. Yep, pretty much. Oh, it's showing 0 in mine. Like, I kid you not. Look, I can't show you my screen, but I just took a screenshot. It's like Damn, everyone just fucking left me alone now. uh, yeah, that's true. That's true. I was talking about that a little earlier. That I feel like most of the art YouTube content now is just pure dopamine, hyper edited, stimulating bullshit. That I see some random art tutorial that starts like that with so much editing, and I automatically think this is going to be bullshit. This is not going to be useful when I see that that hyper level of editing there. Yeah, you can see here Max still doesn't have a lot of lats either. He barely has some obliques here, and yeah, a little bit of lats, but he doesn't have the wings. Ideally, it should cover like at least this here if he trained his back. It just makes him look more like blocky here. If you're trying to draw like a stylized man, you wanna go for that B taper. Or if you're trying to look aesthetic too. And also the neck. At least these guys who made the Max Steel toy, they know what they're doing because they made a thick neck. When you have a male character with a thicker neck, it's like, yeah, this guy is masculine. This guy knows what's up. Like thick neck, thick traps. Damn it. So yeah, it's not only again. I just want to emphasize this a lot. When you're learning anatomy, don't just copy what you see. Understand it. Try to understand what you see, what you're looking at. Try to remember it. Try to understand what function that like what is the function of that part, and understand the bones that are under the muscles, so you can then detach the muscles if you want it. If I can draw the shoulders here, shoulders should be like this. Like I'm gonna be honest, I actually have some trouble drawing the shoulders. That is like the missing piece of the puzzle that I still need to figure out. But again, it's not like you can just tell me, oh yeah, you draw the shoulder like this. You have to tell your brain. You are the one who has to tell your brain, hey, I understood how the muscles kind of work here, how the shoulder here works. So I don't think in real life you have this much of a boulder here, like this bulge here. I think the shoulder just connects like this, without that joint, that extra part, like this. I think this would be more accurate now. Yeah. Can you draw the shoulder blades? Yeah. Yeah, that's another part that I like. I know the shoulder blades are key for knowing how to draw the actual shoulders, of course. Especially when you're drawing animals, when you're drawing like a cat. You see how the cats have their their shoulder blades like coming from above here, right? Like this, like little mountains. It's like, so it's the same thing with most animals. Let me see if I can draw the shoulder blades. So I always start with the neck. If I'm gonna draw a person from the back. Again, I have the habit that I draw uh people like when I'm studying bodies for the sake of anatomy, I just make them hyper muscular for some reason. I can't kind of make normal people muscles. So here you would have the spine here, separation here, and the shoulder should be like here. Okay, I already made this super wide. If you're drawing a man, you want to go more like again the B taper like this, and then you go all the way to like the collarbone here, the collarbone like the tailbone. But if you're drawing a woman, you want to go more like this. Yeah, see the difference, right? This is a man, this is a woman. Uh, I like how you tell the requirements people need to be able to follow the tutorial. Hello, E projects, E53 project. Uh, well, this is my first stream, anyways. Well, it's technically not my first live stream, but see how I continue with this little experiment here. So yeah, the when you're drawing a person from the back on this perspective, again, it is a little trickier to make it look either like a woman or like a man. Like you have to know what the difference are. For example, if you're gonna draw a woman, of course the neck is gonna be thinner, and you're not gonna have too much like trap muscles like coming around here. Like it's gonna be more flat or like this. And also this is gonna be more narrow. It's not gonna be super wide, and the lats are going to be more like the whole back is going to be more flat, more like a pancake. And yeah, the shoulder blades should connect like this, right? Right? I'm asking you. I have no idea. I have to look that. I promise I was figuring this out before, but I forgot how to draw this. I happen to be learning to draw anatomy. It's fine. I'm also learning anatomy. You never really stop learning. That's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. I know this the scapula. Yeah, shoulder blade. Shoulder blade. I was trying to look at pictures of this, but like the way it kind of changes when you raise your arm and when you are doing certain movements. But it's not a bone that is very that is easy, particularly easy to see. But yeah, it's connected to the to the shoulder and kind of like this way here. No, 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 wait, this way here, like this, right? Okay, like this. Yeah, like this. And then it's like this. Yeah, something like that. Sometimes I use my own body as a base if I want to draw girls. Yeah, I was genuinely going to. Uh, yeah, sometimes I do the same thing. I open up the camera and I look at myself and I just, if I need to know something about a certain muscle and the way it contracts or something, I just look at my own muscles. But yeah, the thing with the scapula is that not it's not always going to be like super visible, just barely. Whatever. There are multiple ways in which you can simplify the back, for example. I guess but it also depends on like how lean is the person that you're drawing. Uh, and you connects all the way down to like the butt here. It's like, damn it. It's like tailbone. So if you want to draw furry and you want to draw the skeleton with like the proper muscles, you can do it. My enemy perspective besides the colors. Perspective is not that complicated. I mean, for how important perspective is, it's actually very easy, really. If you take the time to grind perspective, it shouldn't take you more than a year. So it's like you learn perspective for a year, and now you know how to draw anything. Because look, here's the thing: when you study perspective, or when it comes to drawing, when it comes to the actual, um, when it comes to drawing in perspective, or when it comes to drawing anything, basically, the only fundamental that you need really is knowing how to draw in perspective. You don't need to worry about anything else, not even anatomy yet, because if you don't know perspective and you try to learn anatomy, you are going to struggle to connect things together, right? And you're also going to struggle to memorize and to observe beyond the superficial anatomy, right? You're not going to be able to fully understand the 3D ness of what you're actually studying. But that's a cool thing. The learning anatomy is not particularly hard either. God, can you believe there are still drunk people playing music and singing on the street at like fucking 9 a.m.? These people are genuinely more sleep deprived than I am. Jesus Christ. You were running out of materials? Well, I get it's easier, but basically. God, I don't know if you can hear the. It's not even music, they're just singing like uh, weird drunk people, man. It's annoying as hell. You know, I used to have this problem where I wasn't able to draw on like paper on traditional before studying perspective, of course. I wasn't able because I was focusing too much on copying things instead of understanding it, understanding how things worked. And so that's the thing, right? That um, when you start to study perspective, you should be able to, you shouldn't have any issues drawing in either traditional or digital. It should feel like the same thing. What am I doing? This sucks. Hmm. Let's see, what can I draw? I was gonna draw something else. I was gonna say, oh yeah, I'm gonna draw, I don't know, fucking car engine or something. But today is perspective day, so I'm gonna stick at the perspective, like perspective and anatomy. I'm gonna stick to that. See what else. Perspective day. Well, technically every day is perspective day. There's not a single day where I don't draw in perspective. Draw a person with a plant. Guess I could do that. You see, perspective is not a fundamental that you will only use in drawing because you should be able to use perspective in your mind. So you should be able to use perspective in your mind when you're drawing in your mind, when you're visualizing things. Oh, what is this? All right, I'm gonna draw a person with a plan then, just because I'm also out of ideas. What exercise you do to practice perspective? Well, what I did the first day, like the first times that I was actually that I said, fuck it, okay, I'm gonna study perspective. I'm gonna try to do something. I'm gonna try to understand how 3D space work because I want to do like want to be able to do this shit. I want to draw like this Korean artist, so I'm just going to draw a bunch of boxes to see what what comes out of that, I guess. So what I used to do was just basically draw like a vanishing point, and from this point I would draw a bunch of boxes like this. So I had my sketchbook filled with so many boxes in all different perspectives, and they were all pointing at the same vanishing point. It's a very simple exercise. It's literally 1 point perspective, and it's like you can draw things above the horizon line, the eye level, whatever you want to call it. This. That's the thing. You gotta like all of these cubes have to be pointing towards the same vanishing point, and you can draw it like however you want it, however you want it, however however big you want it. This if you want. I have a huge block here, huge wall. This will pretty much allow you to draw anything. This is what will unlock everything else for you. Or at least this is what I did. Maybe there's a better way of setting perspective. This kind of looks like a Wii, doesn't it? I don't know how to draw a Wii. Jesus. Yeah, I have a fucking Wii in my house and I don't know how to draw it. I don't know how to draw one. But yeah, as long as it's pointing right towards the vanishing point. This is basically the practice I've done. The practice I recommend to everyone. Thank you so much. Hello, Gumishu. Thank you so much. Shout out to the 4 people who are currently watching this live stream. By the way, I don't plan on stopping like on. I want to do this every day. This type of live streams, long, really long live streams here, but I still want to make usual YouTube videos and post actual content on how to draw and how to like helping people to draw in perspective and all of the boring stuff. All right, wait. So this is like a flower pot. Hopefully, I know how to draw plants. What does a plan look like? Like this. Thank you, man. Sprout here. Jesus, I hope you guys are not hearing the background noise. It's really annoying. Look at this plan. Thank you so much. Hmm. Let's see what pose. Like, Jesus, I never know what to do with the legs. I always try to find a dynamic kind of pose for the legs, but it I don't want to just draw a boring like standing up position like this. Whatever, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I can't do anything. You know what the issue here is that the window next to me is literally the entire wall. It's like the size of the whole wall. It's like a huge panoramic window, and that is very fascinating. That is cute, but the fucking noise is ridiculous. Especially because we're in holidays and everyone is just being loud and rowdy. Shadows. What do you mean shadows and stuff? Hmm. Guess I'm gonna draw a boring standing up pose here. I'm not gonna lazy out with the feet. Maybe I will. Yeah. You gotta really think about the pose. This is really important, by the way. I was gonna say this. I need to stress this more. You gotta really think about what you're going to draw before you draw it. Because most people rely on muscle memory to draw stuff. And when I say most people, I include my younger, stupid self. Jesus Christ, my neighbors are literal goblins. Thank God you can hear them. They're making literal goblin noises. So you draw the you do like figures and use that as a sketch. Yeah, I mean, you get to a point where it's like you can just visualize it, and when you visualize the whole thing, like the finished illustration, almost without necessarily having to make a sketch, because you already visualize it so well that it's like you're copying a reference, but the reference is in your mind. And the idea is that you develop the skill of burning the reference in your mind. That's gonna make it more. It's gonna make it easier for you to draw from imagination. Because if you try to draw from imagination without visualizing things, it sounds stupid. It sounds common sense. But guess what? This is what I used to do. This is what I was pretending the to draw from imagination without using my imagination, which was very silly. But when you start to think about the place in your mind where your imagination starts to form and create visual images, like imagine a dream, for example, that is where your subconscious is. And you can in some way access your unconscious or your subconscious, whatever the hell, unconscious. I think Carl Jung has a good term for it, and he's probably, the active imagination thing is probably useful for this, reinforcing this part of your brain, I guess. Yeah, it looks like a statue because I added the goofy thing here, the this thing, the platform. I like doing this. Like I don't know, it just feels weird having the guy just floating around here, and it's like okay, once just knowing that the perspective is this. Knowing perspective is just knowing where to put things in the right place. It's not about foreshortening or any boring stuff. It's just about knowing that there is an invisible wall, if you will, and you can, if you want to draw like a person right under this guy, for example, do it. So when you do this, you don't have to use guidelines because it's already there. Oh Jesus! You should use an ad blocker. Like I'm pretty much shooting myself in the foot here by telling you to use an ad blocker because you know I'm telling you to steal. I don't know, 10 cents from me. I guess I don't know how much YouTube pays for a fucking ad. Then I don't get revenue anyways. You see how now this guy is below this guy and like perfectly lined up. The perspective is immaculate. I use spray. Brave browser. Yeah, I also use Brave. I also use Brave because that was the only browser who worked when the YouTube ad block thing was going on. You can also use Brave in your phone, by the way, and that's also going to block the ads on YouTube. Really cool. He's raising his leg backwards. I don't know why. Again, I just hate the stiff standing up pose. Find something more fun. That's supposed to be his leg, but it's not. It's not reading well. It, I hope it's a third. I don't want to imagine the third leg. Not the third leg. Why would it be backwards? It's looking good. Like it has legs. They're just hidden. Just a little hidden here. There's a nose here. There we go. Uh, what do I want to do with the hands? With the arms? It's probably lifting. This guy's no, it's not right under. If he was right under the platform this guy's standing on, I would make him lift it. Right, I can still do that probably like this. Come on, come on, get it. Erase this real quick. Square Pinocchio. This is a weird looking SpongeBob. Holy fuck! I think we can. Eh. I mean, he's pissed because he has to lift this guy, right? Has to do it. He has no choice. He's gonna break his arms. Yep. You know the point of these boxes, the point of drawing things out of boxes, is to be able to first materialize them onto the canvas. So if you don't draw things as boxes, you may fall into like the trap of making things look extra flat like this. You start making things too flat, you start drawing this, you try to make a structure, but everything is just flat and you don't know how to make everything look 3D. Even if your anatomy can be fairly accurate, but you will still make things very flat, right? So if you are having this problem, it's like just switch to drawing boxes and that problem will go away. You don't need to find, I don't know, a special brush or a special book on anatomy or anything. It's just knowing perspective and using that to create things. Perspective is literally creating. Perspective will unlock the will unlock the creation for you, the ability for you to create stuff. And by create, I mean more materializing, right? It's more tangible, just materializing, materializing stuff. Let's see what else can materialize. Jesus, I'm gonna be honest. I'm already tired. I'm already tired, but I can't. I have to continue. It's been already 6.5 hours. Jesus Christ, time is flying. Hmm. All right. See what else. I'm gonna try to think of something like scenario, maybe of a movie or something. Multiple people interacting in a scenario, maybe in like a construction place or something. Again, it is important to think. I know this part is very boring for everyone involved, but it is important to take 1 or 2 minutes to think what you're gonna draw and visualize it. Let's see. So here I drew like a fight, people killing each other, and butts. Here I drew more butts, more butts, I guess. Here, guns, very ugly looking guns. Killing each other for a taco. Mm. Yeah, I like drawing guns. Drawing guns is fun because they have, I think, the right amount of organic and mechanical shapes and parts. They have a very sweet, like, Jesus. It's been a while since I draw guns. That's the thing. I'm very. Let me see if I can draw something. I'm gonna let me see if I can draw the AK-47 right, because I was with a guy. I was drawing the AK-47 with a guy earlier, and he told me that he was criticizing my AK-47 because it wasn't accurate. So let me see if I can get it right. So what I kind of do to recall the images or recall the mental thing, the mental image that or the proportions and everything, all the parts that I have stored in my mind of something, is to draw it first in like 2D, in like this 2D way, right? This is a gun, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, 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 okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. This again. All right, all right. The 2D thing, okay, but of course with proper detail and whatnot. It's like extremely ugly gun. Perfect. What is this? Would have thought it all started with a plant. Let's see. This looks like a weird futuristic gun. I think the key for making futuristic guns is to add some organic, bubbly shapes, I guess. Looks like a Valorant gun or something. I like to start with a Warhammer bolter. Let me look it up. Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. It looks very easy to draw. It looks very easy to pull apart. That's the main thing, right? You should be able to visualize it in a way that allows you to detach it and separate it or put it back together. You know. Oh, let's see if I remember how to draw the AK-47. Turn off my keyboard. I'm not looking at any reference though, just in case. Okay, so I think like this. Jesus, this is too tiny. I can't. Fuck. Damn it. Like this. Thank you, man. I love you too. You see, I'm serious, right? It's been 6.5 hours though. No, wait, I'm stupid. No, I think it's I did it wrong. No, no, wait, never mind. Like it's been so long since I look at an AK-47. The idea is that you just keep looking at these things. Otherwise, you're gonna forget what they look like. Ah, Jesus, it is too long. Okay, here's my AK-47. It's not finished yet. I'm planning on finishing it. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it today. It's Um, is this might be one of my favorite guns to draw for real. Now it's like no, no, no. It was shit. It was like this. Something like this shape. It's like handle here. Oh, this looks so horrible. Why? Sorry I let you down, guys. Fuck. Okay, that's better. It only took 2 years. It only took like 5 of those 12 hours to draw this gun, and I still need to draw the stock, which I forgot how to do. I think it was no here like this. Let's just pretend it. No, no, I don't want to change it. I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what. Is it? Oh my god. Yep, it's getting later, so more people are brooming their motorcycles. I need to fix that. I can't be this like allow this level of shittiness on my streams. This needs to be higher quality. I need to increase my standards. They should have this. They should have this thing here, and then it's like. Eh, looks alright. Yeah. The intention is all that matters, I guess. Yeah, and my goal here is not to be the well, it is to be the best. Absolutely, I want to be the best. That's make no mistake. That's my goal. But if I'm not the best drawer, unfortunately, then well, what am I gonna do about it? Just gonna work as hard as I can. I'm gonna keep drawing forever, forever and ever. This looks so weird. Let me see if I can draw someone holding this gun. Yeah, I do this. I do this as a hobby too, but you know, I want to be. I really want to be the best. I want to be recognized for this. I want to do something great, but I know that takes some effort. I know that's not gonna get that for free. You know. I don't like this. Jesus. Whew, okay, I'm starting to get burnout a little bit. I should probably rest a little bit. Yeah, I get it. But you know, I'm personally, even though it is my job, I'm not treating it as a job in the way that, for example, people who do like slave work. If you ask me, right, in my opinion, I feel like doing commission work is honestly really tiring. I don't like it at all, and I don't have to. I don't want to work for other people. I don't want to like I can teach and I enjoy teaching what I've learned, but I don't want to work for other people because what's the point of doing what you like if you're gonna end up working for another person? Yeah, but you know, at least here I'm working full time basically, but at the same time I am well. At the same time, I'm doing something I enjoy. And when I say something I enjoy, I mean that I'm basically drawing whatever the fuck I want, right? I'm not drawing for other people, which I personally don't enjoy. And even 1 hour of drawing for other people, I personally feel like that is slave work. But, you know, eh. See what else. I'm just gonna try to draw crazy poses. I think that's what I was looking for. What? The about the commission thing, the slave work? Because look, you can absolutely, and I encourage you to do this. You can create a YouTube channel and upload videos. Like I'm not special, I know, because you know, I'm a YouTuber. People think um I'm different or anything, but yeah, you can literally just create a YouTube channel and you can start uploading videos, and you know, people will watch you sooner or late. And if you develop enough skill that you're able to teach people and give them enough value, you know, for them to Jesus Christ, the fucking car. You know, those people will give you money, which is really nice. Yeah, you don't have to do commissions. Yeah. There is a quote that I like. It goes something like the what's the quote like? The results that we seek is often in the work that we neglect, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing it. In the work that we are avoiding, that's where the outcomes that we want, that's where they are. But if we live life out of fear, we're not going to get anything. We're not going to get anywhere. You know, it's actually scary for me to do this. It's not easy. Like, I'm being watched by two people. I mean, it's not a it's not particularly complicated, but you know, it's just I'm just drawing on stream and people watch me, but it is not about the act itself of doing it. It's about the story that you tell to yourself before even trying it, because you don't know what's behind that fear. You don't know what you're gonna find. Yeah, that's funny. Hello, chocolate fan. Welcome. Yeah. Yes. Fear is. Thank you, chocolate. Appreciate it. Fear is basically what's gonna tell us what to do to be more courageous. So fear is never going to go away. We will always are going to feel the fear of doing something that's scary, of course, but that we know we have to do. Like, I don't know, quitting this job to live of whatever we want to do. We want to dedicate our lives to, or I don't know, approaching someone or whatever. You know, doing some scary stuff. But that fear is never going to go away. If anything, it's going to uh, get worse over time if you neglect it. But when you approach that fear with courage, even if you're feeling that fear, you know, you listen to that fear, you understand what's behind that. That's when all the rewards that you want are going to. Hello, happy sad girl. What's up, everyone? We're finally there. We're almost gonna make it to 20 people. When we make it to 20 people, and we reach 20 people here, I'm gonna quit the stream. uh, Guys, don't hate me. I will be honest. I'm a bit jealous. Well, it's just, bro. It's just learning perspective. Like, this kind is kind of terrible, honestly. I was doing a bunch of guns here earlier, a little bit, but I'm a little rusty. It's been a while since I do guns. You just gotta like, once you know perspective, it's like you first draw a gun in like a basic perspective, and then from that point you just keep adding the details. That's basically how you do it. So if you want to draw like an AK-47, you first start with let me draw a box in like. Yeah, that's the point. If you've never drawn a gun before, you gotta draw it first. You gotta observe what the gun looks like. Practice. Yeah. Oh, this is horrible. Uh, I guess like this. Yeah. and you start to pointing upwards. What do you mean? I don't understand that pointing upwards. Looks good to me. Um, I don't understand how it's pointing upwards. Interesting. This looks so goofy, Jesus. Um, well, I mean, I don't mind if you copy the drawings, but they're not that great. Like, it would be better if you copy from like actual guns. I mean, I used to do that a lot. I used to copy stuff from other artists, like copy drawings from other artists when I was a beginner. But if you want to learn for real, you gotta learn perspective, and literally, it will unlock everything for you. Mm. Yeah, but that's the issue that I'm also kind of stupid and I don't remember what an AK-47 looks like because it's been a while since I look at an AK-47. So what I recommend is that you look at the actual gun and from that point you draw it because if you copy from me, you're gonna I'm already butchering a lot of the details here and I'm doing a horrible job at like right now I'm even trying to just simplify it, but Jesus. Mm. Well, to be honest, I don't even have a lot of viewers, so I don't think people will insult you here. We're nice people, nice people, boys. Oh, I made this yawn unnecessarily hard. This perspective. I'm surprised though that YouTube is recommending this live stream to new people. To everyone but my actual fucking followers. Jesus Christ. That's embarrassing. I'm gonna have to make a public service announcement. Hmm. Shush. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate when the chat is active, when I have actual people to talk to. It would be really, it would be kind of boring if I wasn't able to goofy around a little. Guys, we almost make it to 20 people. We almost make it to 20 people, guys. I'm so excited. My life is about to be complete finally. Jesus, why are you guys talking about this? You know what? I remember I thought painting was particularly intimidating, but what do you mean it's already ending? There's still there's still like 5 hours left to this. Jesus Christ. 5 hours left. Painting is more intimidating than drawing. But yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Painting is intimidating, but drawing is actually hard. But painting is not really complicated. Drawing is the real like the real thing. Yep. 6 hours. No, 7 hours. It's been 7 hours. Yeah, 6 hours and 58 minutes. Okay, we haven't picked yet to the. We haven't reached the 20 people. I don't know why I want to get to 20 people so badly. Doing line work exercise is fun. It's fun for me. I like doing perspective form and line studies. But when it comes to painting, I just stare at the canvas. Uh, I'm gonna do some painting. Fuck it. I don't know what you do. I'm just gonna do some painting. Like painting. Painting is not hard. You just have to know the fundamentals, and once you know the fundamentals, painting becomes relatively easy. But of course, I'm biased because I have been painting for like 4 years, so I. Let's see if I can paint a face. I'm gonna try to paint a face. Oh, this is gonna be horrible. I haven't painted in forever. Let's see what angle could be fun. Your illustrations are so good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I only pose really. I don't I only really pose. I can't talk. I only really post paintings on my Instagram. I don't post like even though I have been focusing a lot on drawing, I don't really post too much drawing there because I don't know. Feels like a weird transition to go from painting to drawing like that, you know. But I'm gonna have to do it because now I'm basing my entire channel on drawing instead of painting. I stumbled upon the stream on accident because I wanted to watch one of your time lapses. Which one? Like, did you find me on Instagram or something? Like, did you find me on Instagram and you went to my YouTube page or? All right. Yeah, that's cool. Because nobody fucking follows me on Instagram. I barely have 500 followers, and I have 15,000 subscribers. Right? How many subscribers do I have? It should I should be able to see it right here. I don't know why so like few people follow me on Instagram. Like I was shadow banned for a while, but Jesus Christ, does nobody really check the description? Thank you, Mike Johnson. All right, I'm gonna do some painting now. All right. Hope you're ready. I'm gonna paint this guy here. It's gonna be the highlight of the live stream. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the thing about Instagram is that the if you don't post reels, it's very difficult to read to for people to see your work. But I don't want to play the game of content. I just want to, I just want to help people with their art. I want to make art tutorials and that's it. I don't want to have to make stupid reels for Instagram. Have you tried shorts? No, I haven't tried the shorts, but I might actually consider it because since I'm already gonna post the sped up time lapse of the stream, like the 7 hours, 8 hours, whatever, 12 hours. Yeah, just double, Might as well just post on Instagram Reels, just because why not? Why not do it? My goal is to make a living eventually with my art online, so I'll have to make Reels, TikToks. But how do you want to make a living? Because there are two ways you can make a living out of art. You can either make like do commissions, which I personally do not like. I think that is doing slave work, and you can also do pretty much what I'm doing. Or you can do something like I don't know, Sam does art because Sam does art. He doesn't do a lot of educational content, or more like seriously. He's more for like entertainment. People watch this guy for entertainment than any other thing. But yeah, I don't know what I'm painting here. I have no idea what I'm painting. It's gonna look good. It's going to look good. I promise. Promise on God. I'm not gonna let you down this time. Yeah. Well, if you're a girl, you have it way easier than I do, because the Sims will donate you money. So it's like easy mode. I don't like the contrast on this one. You have to. Unfortunately, I'm a trans girl, so I would be worse off than you. I mean, don't overestimate, don't underestimate how weird people can be with the fucking donations. It is actually ridiculous. I would give it a shot anyways. I would even I would even transition into a woman just for the having the simps. Or I can start doing the live streams shirtless so people donate. Yeah, but Finster has also an OnlyFans, which I don't know why I was even surprised by that. Now I see it from yeah. It's about just carving the form and adding more highlights. Go a little bit more yellow. Ooh, that's perfect. It's coming along. This isn't even the first square person that I drew that I've drawn. If you go on my Instagram, you'll find another one that I did yesterday. What if I don't want to give him hair? What if I don't want to? Have you ever done not safe for work? Well, technically, yes. I've done not safe for work. Um, like, I don't know if this counts as not safe for work because I have been drawing some butts here and there and some feet. Jesus, I need to get better at this. Yeah, people make a lot of cash drawing not safe for work and everything, but if you can do something more wholesome and that actually helps people, like teaching art. If you're gonna dedicate to art, you might as well be a teacher of some sort. Oh Jesus, this is getting kind of ugly. I don't know how I can make this guy more appealing. Maybe add some purple. Seems to help. I have a question for you guys because I'm stupid and I don't really watch any streamers. Do they play music in their streams, or they're just sitting there talking without any music? Because I don't know what music to play honestly, and I don't know how it works with the copyright thing. I don't know if I'm liking this guy. They play the Wii music. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I also prefer like I was like, I don't really feel like playing music, whatever. Like if my audience is too brain dead, brain rotted, whatever you want to call it, that they can't like sit and like listen to me talk normally without having music or any editing. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like I would play, you know the thing. I wouldn't play the Wii music because listening that on loop for like 12 hours straight must be a little bit torturous. I don't know if that would be. I'll probably lose my sanity very quickly. No, but I do usually listen to music while I'm drawing. I'm not listening to music right now. I could actually. I could listen to music by myself and you wouldn't be able to tell. But not doing it because I don't know. I don't feel like I need to listen to music right now. I haven't felt that agitation. It might be better. I don't think listening to music all the time is necessarily a good habit or a good thing. ASMR. Yeah, you listen to the ASMR of the fucking trucks passing by my building. How relaxing. Minecraft music. Yeah, I would play Minecraft music. Like I don't know if it's copyrighted. I don't know if I could like realistically play Minecraft music. But if I could, I would do it because it's not very distracting and it's actually nice. Well, I actually played the Minecraft music already in my videos a little bit. Yeah, when I record the videos, I play like very soft Minecraft music. Have you ever played Balatro? No, I have no idea what that is. That's a video game. I don't play video games anymore. Not anymore. Hmm. Yeah, this guy looks Russian, doesn't he? Because of the reddishness, because of how red he is. I don't hate this painting. I was at first I was like, this looks kind of bad. But then I was like, I don't hate it. Old Russian cartoons. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's also the baldness. If I added some hair, it wouldn't look as Russian. Maybe I can add some facial hair. Nah, I don't think it would look good. I try to add some facial hair. Did we reach the 20 people, guys? 16. We're at 16. Hopefully, more people join so I can fulfill my selfish needs. I like the weird forehead. It looks so abstract and cool. Looks so weird. He's a weird guy. I have to draw his neck. Give him his neck. Yeah, I tried to add a little bit of facial hair. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Has a very crappy mustache. Let me give him a stubble. Yeah, we all like Thomas. He looks traumatized, though. There's some serious issues going on with this guy. I wonder if he's actually gonna watch this shit, bro. It's gonna be 12 hours. He's gonna watch this on YouTube. The whole thing, imagine. Hmm. I'm gonna give him a more masculine neck. More masculine looking neck. I guess I unconsciously kind of copied. Well, not copied, but my paintings started looking kind of like the Kim Jong Il watercolor sketches for some reason. I don't even think it's because of the color palette, but It has this watercolorish vibe, I guess. Yeah, we were talking about serious stuff. Yeah, about not not wasting away your life on social media and not doing slave work. And now we're talking about this guy being a drug addict. I hope this looks unsettling. That is my goal. Come on. I'm gonna make you more reflections. Give you more reflections. If you guys donate me money, I will draw him naked. Bet? What are you guys talking about? This is an abomination. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why I did the ear so close to the thing. Should be more about here. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm too lazy to draw it again to render the fucking ear again. I'm just gonna base it out. Just gonna fake it a little. Come on, guys. I don't see any donations. Jesus, he looks so silly. I don't like this eye. Jesus. Should I try to render his eyes? I think it looks good this way. The goofy eyes here. They give him proper. That works. How does that look? I don't know if he looks more or less traumatized now. You have the final word. All right. That's it. I'm gonna live in like this because I could keep on rendering this guy forever. The colors are ugly, but I like them. I don't know why. I hate this. Well, I don't hate it, but it looks kind of ugly. This desaturated yellow. Should I give him glasses? I think he needs glasses. He's asking for glasses. I hate drawing glasses. I'm so bad at drawing glasses. Even though I wear glasses myself. I like this. Nah, nah, it's not. It's not gonna look good. All right, we're done, and we still have a lot of hours left. Oh, we almost made it to 20 views. 20 people. Okay, let's recap. Let's recap what we've done so far. This was the Jesus. This was the beginning of the live stream where I was so nervous, like my hands were shaking. I started just drawing a bunch of boxes because I didn't know what else to draw. Then started drawing guns. I drew this exact same pose like 4 times, I guess. And then this started to get a little weird. Here I was trying to draw like a person doing uh, rows, like the exercise for the back muscles. Now this. Okay, I think my drawing skills are finally a little refreshed after painting. Just had to take that little break there. But yeah, I personally just find it more amusing to draw than painting, personally. Yeah, he does. He's the man. Uh, what else can I draw? Hmm, I don't know what I'm doing. Mm, okay, so this guy is looking up. This guy is looking up. This could be his nose. His nose is a pointing arrow. Can you please explain the purpose of this stream? Um. Okay. So I have the goal to draw for 12 hours every single day, and I wanted to. I thought, okay, fuck it. If I'm gonna draw for 12 hours a day, I might as well stream it because I know some other people are gonna like it, are gonna watch it, are gonna stick around. So I prefer drawing on stream where I can talk to other people and at the same time I'm being kept accountable, because it's not the same telling yourself to draw 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, than you telling to your audience that you're going to draw 12 hours a day. You have to, in a certain way, accomplish that. Yeah. It gives you more sense of responsibility. It's not perspective day though. Every day is perspective day. Literally, even if I'm not drawing, it's still perspective day. In the most like literal sense, it is never. Oh, this guy is looking at Thomas. I didn't even realize it. He's looking at this guy, and why is this guy so rendered? I can draw Pinocchio. Yeah, drawing the nose is easy as long as you follow the perspective. So if you have, let's say this guy here, for example, the boxes, the lines are already pointing on that direction, so it's like the nose is also going to be pointing in that direction. If the cube is already, you know, pointing in that direction. I'm not the type of person who is also patient enough to finish a drawing most of the times. So that's also why I feel like it's useful for me to just jump. Yeah, you just get on stream, and when people watch me draw, they're just gonna wonder why didn't you finish the drawing? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your ADHD? I don't like this. If you never learn to finish a project, you might as well never draw. If may be rude, I don't get it. This guy's like, what the fuck? No way. Okay, I officially run out of space here. Yeah, no, he's not looking at the sky. He's looking at this guy here. He's looking at this guy here. How do I make the? Oh Jesus, I'm stupid. Like this, like the surprise kind of thingy. I don't know. The and then we have this guy that is trying to put a like the flower pot on his head. You see how everything connects? I'm using a Huion tablet, like a desktop tablet. It doesn't have a screen or anything. I use an iPad sometimes, but eh, I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes I prefer drawing on iPad, and sometimes I prefer drawing on like. Sometimes I absolutely despise drawing on iPad, and other times I absolutely despise drawing on this tablet. I don't know why, but I have to get used to this tablet in particular because I'm gonna do live streams. I mean, technically, I don't have like I could go into like magma. I don't know if you guys know magma. Magma is like a shared canvas where you can draw with some other people. You can draw with multiple people, and sometimes I was thinking of drawing there because I could record my screen on my computer, but at the same time I would draw on my iPad. But that seems to be more complicated than just drawing on the tablet, and that's just draw on the tablet and forget about my problems. All right, all right, boys. All right, boys. Let's see what else we can draw, boys. I just think of something. Let's see. Thinking of a person using a shovel or something, burying a corpse. Draw Luigi. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can draw Luigi from imagination. Oh my fucking god. Can I do that? Let's see if I can. He has a cap, right? He has a Luigi thing. He has the ugly, like, mustache. T-posing Luigi. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna butcher this so badly. Draw this guy. Let me look at him once. Let me look at him once. Uh, draw what's in your name. Let's see, Luigi. That's my name. That's my name. That's why it's my. That's why I put it as my username. Okay. So Luigi's wearing like a this ugly cap. He has this fat nose, just like I do. All right, gotcha. Draw Luigi now. I looked at it for 5 seconds, and now I can draw the Luigi. Dark Vader Luigi. Jesus. Jesus, what is this? Uh, Luigi. Okay, this guy has the mustache. Something like this, right? Uh, uh, okay, I'm gonna draw Luigi T posing. So this guy is wearing the denim jacket or something. I think. Yeah, I think Luigi has curly hair, doesn't he? All right, now. Come on, Luigi. This looks like a bulletproof vest or something, like Kevlar vest rather than a denim jacket. Waluigi. I don't think I know how to draw Waluigi. I guess it's just like Luigi, but fatter. Yeah, it looks really weird. I'm gonna be dead serious when I'm saying this. I need to practice not anatomy, but I need to practice clothing. I really suck at drawing clothes. I never feel confident. Like I can draw. I prefer drawing someone naked than clothed. Honestly, I don't know what my problem is really. I'm giving him like a military vest because he might as well just have one. I'm already giving him a Kevlar vest, jacket, whatever. over his fingers. We got Luigi T posing before GTA 6. Yeah, he looks more from like Fortnite or something with that vest, to be honest, or from Call of Duty. Actually, because he kind of looks like Captain Price from Modern Warfare 2. Might as well just give him the fucking the mustache like this, right? No way, Jesus. I need to get better at drawing clothes, then I will be unstoppable. A mask. It's not a mask. That is the that is the head. That is like the thing that holds the head with the like the Captain Price head thing. Yeah. I'm gonna give him a gun because why not? I forget how to draw this gun. Sorry, I'm doing all this from imagination. Let's pretend for a second that I know how to draw um, this again. Just gonna conceal it here in his back. Put a plunger in his hand. Jesus. It's not reading too well. Well, wait. Uh, can I draw this from like? What does this look like? I don't know how to draw this shit. It's not even holding it right. No, you know what? I have a better idea. I'm gonna put him in his on his back. Way better. This is his melee weapon. Shit. Come on. It's like Fortnite. It's like Fortnite all over again. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Fortnite. Shit, this doesn't look right. It's a little better. Let's see. I'm gonna cake him up. That's good. That's it. It's Luigi. How did I do, boys? How did I do? You know, I could actually give him a pistol or something, probably like a Glock. I think a Glock is fairly easy for me to draw it. It never looks right. I don't know how to draw a Glock. Well, I know how to draw a Glock. I don't know how to draw in that perspective without it looking weird. A Glock looks like this. That is a horrible gun. Wait. Horrible looking pistol. Why do I even bother? I'm not in the mood for this. I apologize for what I'm about to do, but I have to do it. Okay, half of the people already left at this point, and I'm drawing this monstrosity. Fair enough. Let's go over all of this shit again. Thank you, everyone. I would have never came up with some, with anything like this if it wasn't for you. Not even close. That's some creative exercise, huh? Indeed, it is. Oh my god. 8 hours. To be honest, it doesn't even feel like 8 hours went by. It feels like 4 hours. I don't know. I don't know if this is a lot for the time spent here. I don't draw particularly fast. I tend to draw very slow, especially when I'm talking. I am not going to leave until we reach the 12-hour mark. I am not leaving. What the fuck is this? Alright. What else can I draw? What else can I draw? Think. Like, when I ask myself, what can I draw or what do I want to draw? it's more about like the idea of what to draw is not the hard part. Is about the visualization part. It's about being able to visualize that thing, that scene that I want to draw, and pretty much just draw it. Draw it. Let me check if the live stream is doing good. Everything is in order. Seems to be going pretty smooth. Surprisingly. Great. Okay. I'm going to practice drawing some cars, alright? Yeah, but drawing longer also helps a lot. Drawing a lot also helps. That is undisputable. Because, look, I'm already consistent. I basically draw every single day without missing a day. But now I need to draw longer. Now I need to draw more. Draw like a crazy motherfucker. Um, tin, tin, tin. Okay, I'm gonna practice drawing cars, alright? I am absolute shit at drawing cars. But I don't care. I'm gonna that's the whole point of this. Well, it's not really because I'm supposed to be drawing anatomy, but I'm gonna be drawing cars too. Just for the fun of it. I'm gonna use reference, but I'm gonna really try to understand the form of whatever it is that I'm drawing. Hopefully I don't give up. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good because I just opened up Sketchfab, this website, and now the quality is going to shit. So let me restart the stream real quick. Restart the live stream. How do we do this? Okay, we're back. Should be good now. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna try drawing cars then because it's gonna probably crash my computer. I can try drawing car engines though. 'Cause I'm not very good at drawing car engines, so I might as well practice. Let's try doing that. Jesus. All right. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm giving up trying to do a fucking engine. Just gonna go back to my usual anatomy practice. Whatever. Drawing cute girls. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to draw here. Shit, it's gonna be a little hard. It's supposed to be a woman. It's extremely jacked. Like this. Okay, this is stupid. I don't know how to draw boobs. Hello, new people. What's up, Bish 9E? I don't know. I'm lost. No, fuck it. I don't know how to draw from this. Like, Jesus. Look, I know that boobs kind of wrap around. Yeah, yeah. I always visualize boobs as 3D, like separate 3D objects, of course. So, like, imagine this is the rib cage. The boobs should be hanging from the rib cage like this. Jesus. Oh my god, I'm already slow now. I'm already getting slow. Okay, so they kind of wrap around like this on the rib cage. Well, not wrap around, but follow the form of the rib cage. Here's the neck, and then here's the supposed to be the collarbone. So like this. I might have fucked up, but let's pretend I didn't. I'll finish the drawing. I'll be on Instagram. All right, so here's the belly button. Shit, I hate drawing knees. Oh my god. This is horrible. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Oh Jesus, this anatomy is so weird. This is so wrong. Or is it? Making this leg too small. What are you guys talking about? I wanted to send him one, but he doesn't have the image messages enabled. Can you enable that on YouTube? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I joined your Discord. Right, man. Welcome. Welcome. Uh, this torso is way too big. All right, so this is the back. So let's. This took some effort, Jesus, and I still don't love it. I think I'm at the point where I'm control seeing too much. Can you guys even see it? Like, or is it too? Because sometimes because of the color, whenever I use red, it doesn't show that clearly. I think you can see it, right? Yeah, fair enough. Looks like a ballerina. I'll be right back. Okay, 8.5 hours. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm gonna. Oh my god. Uh, can I share his ID here? So here's a great artist, and yeah, yeah, you can share him. Plot twist is your alt account. You're spamming yourself. I'm just kidding. How about this Mario guy, Luigi? He's a farting fuck. So what can I do with this? What do you mean 4 hours left? Jesus Christ. All right, so 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my god, yeah. I wanna, I wanna kill myself. Holy shit. Okay, okay. Let's keep on grinding. Right? I do not gain anything by complaining and bitching about it. I made this. I put this on myself. I gotta. I gotta keep going. I gotta carry on. Just gonna keep. It is a real health risk. Do you know what's even worse for your health than spending 12 hours a day drawing? Not working towards your goals. That is even greater health risk, in my opinion. Everything is alright until you saw reverse perspective. What the fuck is reverse perspective, bro? Look, I'm not here trying to convince you. I'm not here trying to convince you that my life choices are healthy or not. I'm just here to tell you that I want excellence. And so, that's what I'm doing. What I'm working towards. Oh my god. One that trends out when vanishing point just got reversed. Let me look it up. Reverse perspective. Like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. So it's like reversing the vanishing points. Like, I've never really done this. I've never felt the need to try to do this really. Whatever. Do you use standing desk? Nope. No, I don't. I don't use a standing desk. I wouldn't mind having one. How many hours do you sleep? Bro, look, if I draw for 12 hours a day, I still have 4 hours left of my waking hours. So, what I do is, I spend 2 of those hours at the gym, and I spend another 2 hours walking and buying food and eating. It's literally it. And I can sleep like, imagine I go to bed at like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7:30, and I wake up at 3 a.m. You do the math. I don't sleep bad at all. I mean, to be fair, this is the first time that I'm actually doing this, so I couldn't really afford to have shit quality of sleep, because this also going to affect the quality of my drawings as well, the quality of my mind. Yeah, yeah, I sleep a lot. And even like, this may sound a little bit psychopathic, but I don't even care if I'm sacrificing a little bit of my sleep. I think, Jesus, bro, like, I have time for everything. Seriously, I'm not saying I'm gonna do this forever, like drawing 12 hours a day forever. Though who knows? If you don't take care of yourself, your body will take. Bro, I go to the gym every single day. I go for walks, like I walk an hour a day and I eat super healthy. I literally take care of my body. And it's like, Jesus, why is this being frowned upon when most people already spend an unholy amount of time hating their lives and spending hours on social media? Like, if that's like healthy or normalized, you know? So I don't think that's valid. Ooh, yeah, absolutely. Holy shit. Yeah, I would also trade. I would also trade 20. Jesus. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty confident I will one day. That's the goal. That's the goal. I don't think it is impossible at all. Like, I'm feeling crazy sometimes because people think it is impossible. Like, you scroll in the comment section of one of like Kim Jong Il's video classes or demos, whatever, and people don't think it's possible to draw like that. And even him, like, of course, he did spend 12 hours a day his entire like teenage years drawing and looking at stuff, looking at reference. Why not me, bro? I don't. This is my job, so all right, fair enough. I'm working on this. I still have time for everything else. And you know, to be being realistic, as much as I would like to do this every day, it's probably not gonna happen. I may do this. I don't think every other day would be. I don't think I will be feeling fine with doing it every other day. I'll probably take like the weekends. That's it. I'll probably draw 12 hours a day and I'll take the weekends. Like I'll take the weekends not as a non-drawing day, but as a non-streaming day. I don't think I'm gonna stream because even when I'm out with my friends, because of course I go out, I take care of my body and everything. I I still draw, man. I still look at reference. I still nourish my brain. I still focus on being healthy. Because think about it: if your mental health is shit and you hate your life, you have no ambition, and you are relying on instant gratification to get by, how are you going to be a good artist? Like I'm the first one who knows to take care of his health. I'm the first person who's gonna tell you that. Hmm. Yeah. Like I'm drawing mindfully. The thing is that I I'm taking like I'm of course I'm not drawing 12 hours a day nonstop. I mean at least right now I'm not drawing nonstop without having a break. I'm literally having a break right now to, you know, talk and to not draw for a second, you know, to kind of catch a breath. But I'm doing it mindfully and I'm actually studying and I'm focusing on this stuff. Yeah. I mean, you may like doing studying programming, but do you have like what is your level of ambition when it comes to doing what you're doing? When it comes to like programming in this case, because you know if you want to be the best at it, if you seriously want to be great, then you have to sacrifice a lot of things. Because I already decided that I want to be great at this. I already decided that I want to be an amazing artist. I want to be the best fucking artist that is. But I have to live to my potential. Otherwise, the ambition is still going to be there and it's not going to be fulfilled. And I'm going to feel like shit because I want to do this, I want to do this, but no, and no, I'm not doing it. Did you check out Krantz? I'm going to look him up. Let's see this guy. I looked up the reverse perspective. Oh my god. Is this guy Krenz Kushart? He draws a lot of anime. This is when a fine artist starts to draw anime girls. Oh yeah, I'm looking at his perspective stuff. It is alright. Mm, uh, yeah. I mean, we are all biased. Even like I can assure you, even the greatest artists think their own art is complete garbage. Myself included. Absolutely. And I'm not saying this to sound like an asshole, but it's just the truth. You start to look at your art more critically and you start to, it's like this saying of the more I know, the what was it, the more I know, the more I know that I don't know anything. What was it? uh but yeah, pretty much. How are you making a living right now? Right now I'm making a living with my mentorships, but I plan, like right now I'm planning on focusing my mentorships completely focused on drawing and perspective practicing and everything. So this is also why I'm doing this live stream so much. First off, so I can get better and I can reach some more people, so I can get more money and actually make a living out of this. And also, so I have more content. I have more content that I can record and I can, you know, share. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that mindset of this is my opinion, right? I think if you want to see real progress in anything in life, you have to be dissatisfied. You have to be dissatisfied and you have to think, man, I'm in a shitty place right now. I really want to improve. I want to get better. However, it is important to also be grateful and, yeah, pretty much be grateful for what you have, be grateful for your skill level, being able to look back and think, okay, I've done such an amazing progress, huge progress, but I'm still nothing, like nowhere. I still want to make more progress. I'm still not where I want to be, so I'm just gonna keep improving. Because if you get complacent, if you think, I'm good, you're not gonna see more progress. You're not gonna see any more progress. You're not gonna improve any further. Yeah, I mean, but it's just a certain way of being dissatisfied that pushes you towards, improvement. So it's like, oh, you're not making enough money. Instead of feeling like shit because you're not making enough money, you just go out and actually start making some money, start grinding and educating yourself, start studying art if that's your thing. I'm still very grateful though for all of the stuff that I've learned, especially throughout this year. I've learned so much, and I'm very grateful for that because I've had a really fast transformation, and I do not take that for granted. But yeah, that's the thing. We are still filled with insecurities, and we're afraid that people are going to criticize us. Yeah. Being imperfect leads to perfection. Yeah, that's true. One of my favorite quotes is I have two favorite quotes that are similar to this. Practice everything. No, it's practice even what seems impossible. And the other one is perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can achieve greatness. Excellence. We can achieve excellence. So yeah, especially that you know practice even what seems impossible. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna start doing it right now. Start practicing what seems impossible now. Yeah, I mean, of course there is no perfection, right? But when I what I say when I say what I mean by when Jesus Christ, I can't talk. When I say seeking perfection, I just mean getting your standards so high that even if you fuck up, you are still higher than everyone else. You're still so good at what you're doing. You have achieved so much excellence because your standards are so high up and you break your limiting beliefs that something is unattainable. I personally think that's super healthy, like a super healthy mindset to have because thinking, no, this is impossible. No, I can't get to this point because perfection, whatever. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jumping break is going to be over, yeah. You're right. Mm, In perspective, always be aware of vanishing points. It's rule number one. I have to erase this. Uh, that is not a kid, by the way. That's me. Jesus. Let me make this a little. It's not hiding from me because it is me. Wait, I did this horribly, by the way. I'm make the trying to make the people here interact with objects or with other people. No, I'm actually burying my head in her ass. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I can. Ooh, I know. It was a joke. It was a joke. I'm not, in fact, burying my head in her ass. Mm, I mean, you couldn't. Who wouldn't want to? Probably. No, no. Look, this is this guy's brother, and this giant woman is stepping on him, so he's begging her to stop. I'm gonna make this a little. That's better. Now there's a dead body. Is that better? Yeah, they're playing. They're playing, yeah. Oh, this is so silly. Jesus. What else can I draw? 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 I'm giving Luigi some underwear. Oh no, people are leaving. Why? Why are people leaving? I don't understand. This is quality content. Could I give Luigi some boobs? Eh. I don't know what's weird about this. We're studying anatomy. This is nothing. This is nothing but a normal, completely normal anatomy session. I am delighted that someone in the chat hasn't written step on me too, mommy. You have a good audience. Hmm. You sure I have a good audience? I'm sure if there was at least twice the people who are watching this, if there was like 30 people, which by the way, we haven't gotten to 20 yet, I think. Fucking almost, we got to 18. 18 is like the maximum. Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me honestly. Especially if you follow like art, like artists, furry artists, or like I don't know, not safe for work. Like you know those Patreon artists who do this weird shit. Uh, what another character I'm gonna draw? I'm gonna visualize it. And it takes some time to visualize it first. Maybe. Jomio from Ghost Trick. I have no idea what that is. Oh no, this is lagging. I'm gonna draw a person raising his leg. Oh, this is so weird. I think I made the face too short and it was looking kind of weird. I'm gonna fix it. Yep, 3 hours left. I was actually going to end it earlier since I started I started before 3 a.m. Sorry, after 3 a.m. So I already wasted a lot of time because I woke up a little late, like 15 minutes later. So I don't know if I want to spend longer on this shit, but I have to. It would be very embarrassing if the very first live stream I don't meet the established time, you know? And I promise, 12 hours is no arbitrary number. It's for a good reason. I know that is the sweet spot for art improvement. You like seeing me suffer, huh? Yep. I mean, that's the point. The 12 hours is so I don't pussy out and I actually keep myself accountable. I'm not gonna have a random hour, like an hour. I can't fucking talk. I'm not gonna have a random amount of time in it every time I turn on the stream because that would be. Uh, that wouldn't be so cool, would it? Oh boy, do I hate motorcycles. Minocchio. Is it Minocchio because he has a small nose, but a large enough for it to be kind of weird? He's stretching right now. You know, I go to the gym every day. I don't think I can draw gym equipment from memory. Oh Jesus! No, I don't think I can. Let's see. I mean, I know you have the. Let's say we're looking at a cable machine, and this is the weight. This thing would be the. Can I do this? Jesus. Of course I can. If this fucking thing doesn't crash or anything, because it seems to be lagging a lot. Please don't lag. Oh my god. Why is it so laggy? Please. Okay. Damn thing. Gym equipment is good until it turns into machines with overcomplicated fuckery. Yep. Yep, you're right. I'm trying to see if I can draw the cable machine from memory. Can I? Wait, was this? I think it was two like pipes here. A treasure. Well, sometimes it can be a treasure if you go to the gym at like 5 p.m. Finding a cable machine that is not in use, it is indeed a treasure. I don't know. It's supposed to be like I'm using 100% brain power for this to try to figure out what I'm doing. Can't believe I've gone to the gym for like 3 years and I haven't still don't know what it looks like. There's like an actual cable here, right? I don't like this a bit. This is so bad. This doesn't make any sense. Hmm. You know what I can draw? I think I can draw the hamstring, the lying hamstring curl machine. I think I can draw that one. And you know why? Because I do. I train. I train my neck on that machine, so I'm pretty confident I can draw that machine. So I know it has this cylinder shape. Something like this, definitely. Then you get the. Wait, no, this is too long. Shouldn't be too long. It can't be long. Right, let's say that it's going well. You're telling me you don't appreciate my lying hamstring curl machine. All right, thank you for staying around. Let's see if I can pull this off. Jesus. Hopefully this looks like a laying hamstring curl machine. Yeah, you're right. I drew it too far up, but I don't care. I don't care. You can just adjust it, which, Jesus Christ, I don't. Eh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not looking at the machines enough at the gym. This is why whenever you're looking at something, anything, like even if you're not gonna try, whenever you go outside and you look at something, you gotta observe that thing as if you were going to draw the thing. So if right now I'm in the gym and I'm looking at this machine right now, I just pretend that somebody asked me to draw this machine, for example. What do? I memorize it as if I was just going to draw it right there and then. Anyways, let's just say this is just hamstring machine from Temu, so it's fine. It is justifiable. Jesus, I don't want to draw a fucking gym. Maybe I can draw like a yoga mat. Mm-mm-mm. I'm genuinely exhausted now. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3. Hmm. Mm. How about you try to draw a brick and then turn that into a bolter? What is a bolter? Oh, is the gun you were talking about earlier? That like the blocky gun thing? Hmm. I can try that. Brick. Let me look up that gun. Bolter. Wait. I don't know what it looks like. I've never played that game. Oh yeah, so here's the gun. This is like we have a brick. Let's go. Now, uh, is this long enough? I think it should be longer. Wait, I think I can make it work. It has this. It has this other shape here. I know what this is. Like this, right? It's a very tiny gun. Looks kind of silly. This does certainly look like what the average guardsman uses. Yeah, it looks like a fun gun. And that's the cool thing. Like from a literal brick, you can literally draw anything. This is why I like seeing perspective drawing as a building. It's literally almost if like you were building something out of bricks instead. I don't know what this is supposed to I don't know what this is supposed to be. Holy shit. Try to make a silly pose here, but I think it went horrendously. Oh my god. How do you even do this pose? I can't visualize it any better in my mind. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Holy shit. Okay. I was like, this is this is the butt. This is the butt right here. This is supposed to be like the ass crack, literally. And I was drawing the legs from here, and I was wondering why it was looking off. Jesus Christ. I think that yeah, that's basically what I wanted to do. Jesus. Why this is lagging so much? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. All right, fantastic. Please leave a comment if you're watching. Like, there's literally less than 3 hours left for the end of the live stream, and I don't want to die alone. I don't want to die alone. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be my dying Beth. I don't know if I should be surprised. Almost 600 people joined the live stream at least. Like, I mean, that's fair enough. Honestly, I don't even know if I would join to my own live stream. Because it's too fucking long. Jesus. Great. Nice. Okay, doing this made me realize that I don't draw nearly as much as I thought I did. Genuinely, I'm being honest. I thought, oh yeah, I draw for like 6 hours a day, most of the day. No, fuck you. I don't draw this much, nearly as much normally. But you know, it's what it takes. So if I can, if you guys can be here with me, grinding alongside me. Let's see what else. Uh, Jesus. I'm gonna try to just put someone here shooting this gun. Uh, shoulder is a little shoulder. I don't care. Pew. Okay, so for the three people that are watching this live stream, Jesus Christ, I'm actually falling asleep now. Holy shit. And we haven't hit the 20 views. Okay, I'm pissed. Nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little drowsy. You know, I would be so proud if I could create a like a tradition, if you will, where um people wake up alongside me to draw for like those 12 hours straight. That would be fucking beautiful. That would actually be. Three people just left. Holy fuck. It's going to be fun exporting this into my editing software. Jesus. You're right. Fuck, you're right. I'm gonna, I don't think I want to fix it though. I think I made it worse. Like, how the fuck do you even? It shouldn't. It shouldn't make you turn your, like, curl your neck so much. Yeah, I think that was my fault. Eh. It looks like a corner pipe. Well, the usual cylinders, like the usual necks, or at least my usual necks, look like cylinders. Anyway, so I don't know how that makes it better. To be fair, like, look at, like, these are mannequins. It doesn't matter. Their heads are literal bricks. Shit, this is lagging so much. Uh, what happened? I don't know if you can tell, if you guys can tell what's going on here. Hello, how are we? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hello, everyone. Ooh, I think we can make it to 20. I think we can make it to 20 people here. Maybe. 'So I don't know if you guys can tell what's going on here. 2 hours. Are you drawing on a tablet? Yeah, I'm drawing on a tablet. I'm drawing on a Huion tablet. Honestly, I don't really think you should overthink the tablet. I don't think it's really that important. I think you can buy a really cheap tablet. Like the one I bought was like $40. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm glad. That's also that is the idea. No, I'm not using any reference. I'm doing everything from imagination. This is all that I've been doing so far. So, done a bunch of stuff here, like just random drawings. Oops. So it's just mostly practicing perspective and uh, anatomy. That's it. This is my favorite one. Yeah, I recommend it. Like I have both desktop tablet, so like I don't have the tablet that I have doesn't have any screen. It's not touch. But then I also have an iPad. Then I also have an iPad that, of course, has a screen, and I can draw on like the actual screen. And both are nice. Like both are kind of different. The one that I haven't tried is the desktop tablet with a screen. But I would like to buy one eventually. Not because I think it's gonna make my art better or anything, but because I don't know, having the option is nice. And I also feel like this tablet can get a little bit um uh it's nothing. It's stupid, but I can do anything I want with this tablet. It has allowed me to do anything, and you don't really need any fancy, expensive thing to do practical stuff. To do some nice looking art. God, I really don't want to keep drawing now. I've reached the point where I'm like, Jesus Christ. Uh, well, just by observing stuff. You know what? I'm actually gonna take like a little break, a little japping break, because Jesus Christ, I'm already like I want to move. I want to take a shower. I've been here since literally 3 a.m. Uh, anyways, what I've been doing basically is paying a little bit more attention into memorizing things, into observing how things work, and actually using my brain to, mm, you know. So far, how many hours have you been drawing? Uh, 10 hours and 11 minutes so far. So, in about 1 hour and 50 minutes, I'm going to end the live stream because I want to do stuff. So, yeah, basically, you will store a lot of information in your memory, in your brain, in your visual library when you observe multiple things and you start to study them and understand how each individual thing works. Yeah, I plan on doing this every day, by the way. So if you want to support me, you wanna stick around, you can subscribe to this channel. Gonna be doing this for a long time, probably. So my idea is that I'll be doing this every day, but I may take the weekends off. Who knows what's gonna happen? Jesus. Fucked up. How do you practice that so you can apply it into your drawings creativity? Well, long story short, you first gotta practice perspective. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Like, I have been already uploading videos on YouTube for a few months, but right now I'm focusing more on drawing. I used to be focusing a lot more on painting, but I'm feeling a little more inclined towards drawing now. Mm. So yeah, you basically have to spend an entire year learning perspective, and then you will eventually be able to understand things in 3D space. Mm. Oh Jesus, so tired now. Do you ever think you'll do a group drawing with friends? Probably. Like, what I'm doing is I do sometimes I use Magma, which is this like shared canvas, this website that is a shared canvas where you can draw with multiple people. And I go there with my patrons. I have a coaching, an art coaching basically. So how it works is that we hop on video calls, and we draw together on that canvas basically, and I teach you how to progress with your drawings. Yeah, the thing with Magma is that for some reason it doesn't work in my computer. with my digital tablet. It only works with my iPad for some reason that I don't understand because it used to work early this year. Now it doesn't. It's not working anymore. This is terrible. Yeah, Magma is more. It is pretty optimized for iPad, but it's more for like computer users, I guess. But it works surprisingly well on my iPad. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. Hello, Christella. Oh god. Yeah, I'm starting to draw bad. My drawings start to. I'm reaching the point where I'm starting to draw slower and overthink a lot what I'm doing. So that probably means it's time to wrap it up. Oh Jesus. Honestly, I never fully understood finger artists. Like, I'm not saying this is an offense, but it's like, holy shit, why make it so complicated for you? Why don't you use a pencil? Oh yeah, in iPhone you have Procreate. Not sure if you can connect like a an Apple Pencil to an iPhone. Like I mean those like generic Apple Pencils. Because I know you can't connect the original for some reason. That pisses me off that you can't connect the Apple Pencil to your iPhone. Mm, textures. I used it once. I used Procreate on my iPhone once, which no, I used it to draw like once in a cafe, and then I was like, holy shit, this is actually terrible. Okay, I'm gonna take another break. Jesus Christ, this is really. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Uh, if you want, you can ask me any random questions, and I'll be answering them. If you guys have any questions about me or the drawings. Hmm. Infinite Painter. Oh, I think I tried it. I tried one that is called Art Set that has very like realistic brushes, but I mainly use Procreate. I used to use Procreate for painting a lot, but now I use it for drawing basically. And well, I've seen people talking about I've seen people using Clip Studio on iPad. What's this piece about? Uh, just some random like perspective study basically, or like anatomy. Nothing special. I'm just doodling some random bodies from memory. Jesus. Hello, Conbred. Conbred. Oh yeah, I've seen Infinite Painter. I never really used it, but I've seen an artist that I used to follow who used Infinite Painter because I remember I was aiming for a specific art style, for a specific painting style. I wanted to try to replicate an artist called Mark Tenant that had like very specific. He had a very specific impressionistic style with oil-looking brushes, and I saw a guy who was replicating his art style, and he was using Infinite Painter. But I never really tried it. What I use here on my computer is Rebel 5. Well, I haven't used it in a while, but I use Rebel 5 and it works nice. It works very good. What else can I draw? Welcome back, Sam. Hmm. God, I don't want to leave the. I don't want to end the live stream here. I want to wait until we reach the 12-hour mark. Because if I end it here at 10 hours and 30 minutes, uh, I don't know, it's gonna be a little misleading, and I don't want to have to change the title. Have you worked for any games before or made art pieces? I remember once I was offered to make a like for a commission in a like a crappy mobile game, I think, but it never went anywhere. And that was too long ago. I wouldn't personally do that now because I don't want to. I don't like working for other people. I don't like drawing for other people, Jesus. I wonder how I'm going to like I want to grab this live stream and I want to make like a time lapse for a YouTube video, but Jesus Christ, I don't know how I'm gonna do that for 12 freaking hours. I guess it's possible. It was just gonna take the whole night. If you were giving a really good opportunity to draw every 2 months for someone, would you take it? I mean, if it's better than what if it is what I consider to be a good opportunity, probably yes. I would probably say yes. But what I'm currently doing, which is basically just teaching art, I think it's a really great business. Like I think it's way more purposeful in my opinion, or way more um, less stressful, less stress inducing than making doing commissions and working for other people, making drawings for other people. Because when you're teaching art, it's just like okay, you just draw whatever you want, and the people who want to learn they buy from you. So that's what I do, and I know for a fact that I can 100% do a lot better even if I don't do any commissions just by teaching art. It's something that of course I'm still growing, but something that's going to pay off. So I wouldn't really feel like doing any commissions or working for other people. I was talking earlier with a few people here because they were asking me if you're drawing for 12 hours, that is a little unhealthy, right? That can't be good for your health. uh Wait, what was the question? So yeah, I was saying, damn, I forgot. Yeah, I was saying that I prefer to draw like this. I prefer to draw for 12 hours a day without getting burnout, by the way. Right now I'm tired because I'm kind of sleep deprived and I'm thirsty and I haven't showered, but and I actually need to like do some exercise. Yeah, I've actually done a commission. I've worked for, well, I haven't worked for anyone, but I've done a commission for a person once that I made a post on Reddit, like posting my commissions. Not even posting my commissions. Never mind. I wanted to do commissions because I didn't know you could make money by teaching. Because if someone is willing to ask you for a commission and pay you for that, there will be people who will be paying you for teaching them how to do what you're currently doing. And the one and only commission that I took was very stressful, if you ask me. I didn't enjoy the process of doing that. Ask ChatGPT if he can help you with time lapse or at least give you some advice. I mean, I'm not really that worried about the time lapse itself. I'm worried about the quality of the time lapse because I don't think this is getting stored in my computer. Or probably it is. I think it OBS kind of stores the live stream in your computer, which I hope it actually does it. Actually let me check if if that's the case. Um, because I'm more worried about the quality of the time lapse because the quality I had to make it a little bit crappy, otherwise my computer would explode. What's the color wheel you're using on Photoshop? I'm using. Yeah, thank you. I'm using the default like color wheel. If you want to change it, just go to like these three dots on the top corner, and you can select whatever slider or color wheel, whatever you want to. You want? Okay, it actually does not save the live streams. I think there's an option to save them automatically, but I don't know how to do that. Now I'm looking through the folder and I can't find it. You're doing a commission while watching this. Nice. Yeah, I was saying bro, I'm hoping that I can inspire some artists to wake up at the same time as me and draw for 12 hours alongside me. That would make me tear up if people develop like the same schedule just for the sake of doing it. Which I know is hard. I know it's not for everyone. I understand that. Yes, I'm basically I wake up at 3 a.m. and I'm planning on doing this every day until 3 p.m. So basically 3 hours. Right now here is 2:05, so 1 hour left. Or well, I mean it's 2:05. There's technically still 1 hour left, but we're only at 10 hours and 38 minutes of the live stream because I started the live stream like 20 minutes later. I wish I found this earlier. I was streaming an anatomy study for world building. I don't know what's world building. Yeah. For the new people who just joined, these are the highlights of the live stream, by the way. You can see the how the drawings get progressively worse the more I keep drawing because I'm tired as fuck. Right, man, that's the idea. I'm very happy to hear that. It actually feels weird because you know I basically started drawing early this year, so it's like I still feel like a little bit of a nobody, but at the same time, it's like, damn, I improved so fast that it's like, holy shit. And that's why what I want to help people with specifically, I want to help people improving fairly fast, because the constraint for most people is not that you're stupid or that you can't you don't you're slower at learning art or whatever, but it's just that you're not learning, you don't know the straightforward steps to learning the efficient way that you want. Concept arts. Yeah, it's like concept arts, like just um character design, I guess, something like that. I'm not very good at character design, although it all, like everything, like the foundation of everything is just visualizing things and observing things. When I say that I'm not very good at character design, is that I personally don't enjoy it that much, and I have a very shit taste at design, I guess, at fashion, for like clothings and everything. So to design, for example, clothes for a character, something I need to practice for some reason. Like I was saying, I'm better. It is easier for me to draw a completely naked person with somewhat accurate anatomy than to draw a person wearing clothes, because I never really took the time to memorize too many clothing. Like if I make an effort, I can pull it off, but it's like, Jesus, I need to get better at that. Because just like with anatomy, that's something you also have to memorize. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. A good part of understanding folds is to understand the muscles, yeah, and also how thick or thin the fabric is. But yeah, also understanding the form of the muscle and the shape that you're wrapping the fabric around is key. Like I personally don't find folds particularly hard, but it is just a matter, like for me, designing like or coming up with clothes for some reason, like it shouldn't be hard, right? I can give this guy a shirt, for example. Yeah, attention points. Like Jesus, I have been just I have been just too invested into learning the human body that I completely neglected clothing. So it's like, mm, yeah. I like looking at stoves. Yeah, I mean it's fine. You should be able to look at everything and store as much information as you can in your brain, because people think, oh, I have bad memory, I can't do this because my memory sucks. No, you don't have bad memory. You're just not trying hard enough, because bro, your memory, your brain can absolutely absorb all of this information. Hmm. Tried giving this guy an oversized shirt. That looks kind of weird. Yeah, so you see, that's very specific. If you're designing like very specific pieces of clothing, or very specific, or if you're studying or trying to master something very specific, the more you keep observing it and really paying attention to it and drawing it in multiple angles, the like you will basically become an expert at it. So it's like, I see drawing as kind of going to the gym. I know I'm doing the gym analogy too much, but it's like training your muscles basically. What happens if you train only your biceps? You do 100 bicep curls, and your biceps will get big, of course. Now, if you stop training your biceps after they're already big, they're still gonna be there. You're still gonna have some muscle, but it's gonna go progressively down and down and down. It's going to, um, you're gonna lose a little bit of muscle if you don't keep training it. It's the same thing with observing something. If you observe one thing, let's say I have this microphone in front of me. If I only observe this microphone for 30 minutes, and then I draw it, and then I observe it again for another 30 minutes, and then I just draw it again, and I do that every single day, I'm gonna be an expert at drawing a microphone from imagination, right? That is common sense. Now, if I stop drawing the microphone, or if I stop observing it, I'm going to get rusty. You do still have a bit of muscle memory though. So when you look at the microphone again, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, okay, okay. That now it's easier, right? And the same thing happens with your body if you only train biceps. Imagine you only train your biceps, and the rest of your muscles you don't train them. You don't train your chest or your triceps. So what's gonna happen is that you will only have good biceps, but you will not have the rest of the body in this case. So you gotta train everything, and training everything and balancing everything, that takes some time. That takes some effort. The only difference in this little analogy here is that when you go to the gym, in your muscles, like you have a limited amount of muscles. How many muscles do you have? Oh, you have your arms, your legs, your chest. Good. But when it comes to drawing, when it comes to the real world, you have an infinite amount of things that you can draw, basically. Never ending. You will never run out of things to draw, to memorize, may I say. We got 16 viewers. 18. 18 now. Yeah, art's always an extremely iterative process. But you know what's the cool thing about art, about drawing, about memorizing this. Like when I say drawing, I mean drawing from imagination. That most of the work that you do happens in your mind, not on the canvas. So you don't have to even have a piece of paper and draw on the piece of paper. You have to visualize things in your mind, and that's already getting you mileage. That's already making you improve a lot. Like you will improve more by improving your mind, improving your memory, improving your ability to understand perspective and break things down. You will improve more from that than from actually drawing, as crazy as it sounds. And if you combine, holy shit, no way we reached 20. You're kidding. I don't see 20. I still see 18. 20. We just reached 20 people. Let's go. Yeah, finally. Although, yeah, that means the live stream will soon come to an end, unfortunately. But yeah, 12 hours. Holy shit. So as I was saying, most of the parts, most of the improvement that comes with um, observing and visualizing, of course, obviously happens in your mind. You don't have to draw to get better at drawing. You have to observe, because you can draw in your mind even if you are outside, even if you don't have a piece of paper, even if you are um, imagine you are commuting to work and you're in a car or something. You can still draw in your mind. All right, man. Thank you for thank you for sticking around. Yeah. Yeah, my Discord server is in the description if you guys want to join. If you guys want to share your art and share some of this weird art knowledge, premium art knowledge, if you ask me. All right, have a good one. Yeah, it's visualizing, man. It is visualizing the part that most people, including me, neglect the most. Mm, because the thing is that visualizing and observing things is not very tangible, you know? It's not as tangible as perspective, even. Perspective is like the tangible aspect of drawing, which is basically everything there is when it comes to drawing. When it comes to the actual concept of drawing, perspective is everything that you need to know, because you only need to know perspective to create 3D shapes. That's basically it. Every 3D form has perspective. And the only thing that you need to know is perspective, nothing else. Not even line work or I don't know what else, like what other bullshit people are practicing that is just a distraction. But your lines, for example, they don't have to be pretty. They can be very ugly, and they will convey the information that you need for you to have a good drawing. So the not so tangible aspect of art is, of course, visualizing, and it is very feels a little bit more abstract. I feel like when people talk about this, they do it in a very wishy-washy way, where it's like, uh, yeah, okay, this terminology that you're saying sounds fancy, sounds scientific, but it's not helping me. It's not giving me a clear answer of what I have to do, because people like to use stuff like, oh, uh, I don't know, your brain, your neurological like brain cells, whatever bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. People like to say these big words when it comes to drawing for imagination, and because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just pretending that they know what they're talking about by addressing the brain instead of the thing that is Jesus, the thing that is in front of you. It is just observing something and visualizing it. That's it. You don't have to overthink it. It's not that hard. Yeah. It's that, bro, having perspective is literally all you need. And this is a mistake that a lot of artists do. I think most artists do this mistake, that they try to learn anatomy without knowing perspective, or they just neglect perspective altogether. If you try to learn anatomy, let me show you. If you try to learn anatomy and you don't know perspective, this is what's gonna happen. You're going to fuck up big time. This is what's gonna happen. You're gonna try to draw a person like, and it's gonna turn out like this. Congratulations, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Um, yeah, yeah. I think it's also important to visualize what you're gonna draw before you do it. And I'm admitting that I'm one of these people too. I used to do this for the longest time. I used to draw out of muscle memory without really knowing or visualizing what I was going to do. So if you ask me, "Oh, what pose are you going to draw this person?" I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what how it turns out. And it sounds kind of cute, but in reality, this is just not. This is you not using your brain. This is you saying, "Okay, I'm too lazy to use my brain. I'm just gonna draw whatever the fuck comes out." And you're leaving so much progress in the table by doing this. It is ridiculous. And so yeah, again, if you try, bro, if you try to learn anatomy without knowing perspective, this is what's gonna happen. You're going to, like, you're going to try to learn anatomy like this, and your anatomy may even look good, may even be accurate, but it's going to look 3D. It's going to look very flat. So it's completely pointless and a waste of time, and you're not going to understand anatomy to the greatest point. That's another thing. It's not only for translating your thoughts onto the canvas, but it's also for when it comes to learning and understanding how a 3D object works and how they connect and interact with the other parts. When you have no clue what you're doing, when you don't know perspective and you try to learn anatomy, you're not going to understand the thing in 3D space, because perspective is not inherently it's not something inherent of drawing, of like a fundamental of drawing. It is like a skill that you develop inside of your brain to understand or to perceive and understand how 3D space works, basically, and how 3D objects interact in 3D space. I feel like I'm japping too much. Hopefully, this Japaton session was insightful for some of you. I don't know what else to draw. I'm gonna be honest. I'm already fucking tired. I'll probably have more energy tomorrow because I'm a little bit sleep deprived. I I woke up. I went to bed super late at like 11 p.m. because I was drawing, and I was like, "Holy shit, bro! Just wait, just go to sleep. You will be able to draw tomorrow." But it's like, no, I want to draw now. I want to draw now. nighttime. I wanna do some stuff. I don't even remember what I was doing, what I was drawing. Let me see if I can find it. That's probably not very exciting either. Yeah. Yesterday I was. This is what I was doing yesterday. I was. I was drawing some like dragons and shit. I don't know what this is. Some dragons, some sharks. I was practicing anatomy in other animals. This isn't very good. Mm, yeah, I mean that level of perfectionism. To be fair, that is force of habit. At least for me, because when you have been doing the same thing, repeating the same thing for 4 years, you have been undoing your lines mindlessly, and you have been trying to make things super clean. It is very hard to get rid of that habit, but you start to pick up on certain things like what it means, like the real purpose of the lines, the real purpose of drawing. So you should be able, by the way, you should be able to draw a box. 1 second. You should be able to draw a box in 3D space without erasing your lines. And another one, because why not? And you may fuck up a little bit, but the important thing is that the um, the 3D ness of the box remains. It doesn't matter if it's a little wonky, if it's a little ugly. The lines, they don't have to be pretty in order to convey what you want to convey, what you're trying to convey. The only thing that has to be pretty is the perspective. So this is a killer combination, which is a little weird. Like it makes sense for me instantly because I have been wallowing into this mindset for a while. I don't know if this makes sense for other people, but having a very ugly line work, like if you look at my sketches here, for example, these are very ugly lines. I wasn't erasing my lines. I wasn't control Cing here. This is just raw energy, so to speak. And if you combine this not giving a fuck energy in your line work with a good perspective, accurate anatomy, and accurate proportions, you're gonna have a very amazing drawing. By the way, you're gonna have a very dynamic looking drawing. But the thing is, when you start overthinking your lines over and over again, when you start undoing your lines so fucking much, that's when you start to overthink. That's when even your line work starts looking very stiff and ugly. Have you seen? You've probably seen this in your own art, or you've probably seen this in other people's art, where you saw a drawing and the line work looks very stiff. Like it looks clean, but it looks stiff. It looks like it's not breathing, if that makes sense. It looks like it doesn't have like space for breathing, or that it's not dynamic, that it's just very rigid. This is because this is the result of overthinking your lines too much. And I had to go through this mental block of turning off my keyboard so I can automatically control C whenever I feel like the line wasn't pretty enough. Hmm. Better to start from scratch. Yeah, and also Yeah, basically. I mean, the lines that you're using is just a vehicle. They're just a vehicle. There is an analogy I came up with that is seeing art as a language. So, for example, imagine you're learning a language. Imagine you're learning, I don't know, French. You're learning a language, and a new language. What do you think is worth learning the most? Of course, it's going to be grammar. It's going to be, how to structure words, how to write properly. What do you think is not worth studying and trying to improve about it? Your handwriting. I know this is a very like autist analogy, but that's the way that I see it. I see drawing or your lines, the lines that you're so much trying to make look pretty. These lines are basically your handwriting, and it's like you're trying to make your handwriting look pretty, which is completely pointless, and it's going to, like, if you are writing something, or if you're writing down something, it's going to take you a long time and it's going to burn you out. You just have to make your handwriting clear enough that it is readable and that you're able to convey the information that you are trying to convey. So the important stuff is not in your handwriting, it's in the detail, it's in the actual content of what you're writing, right? Does that make sense? I know I kind of butchered this, my own fucking analogy, but I'm just really tired. I'm going to explain this better. Oh shit, I just hit my microphone. I'm going to explain this better in a video, so stick around if you want to see that. But yeah, you want to not give a fuck about your lines, basically. Yeah. People think, for example, that people think that artists like Kim Jong Il didn't make any mistakes and were completely perfect. And it's like, no, bro. They just don't show you their fuck ups, but they did fuck up a lot. And what did he do with the drawings he didn't like? Because of course he always uses a pen. He would just fucking delete that drawing, throw it away and start a new one. Draw the same thing over and over again until he gets a nice result. But trying to clean up the same drawing over and over again, I don't think it's a good idea. Oh, I don't know if I want to keep drawing anymore. Jesus, I'm genuinely so tired. I didn't like this one. show over it. And I'm still breaking the habit of control seeing my lines, by the way. I'm not perfect. So what I have been doing for most of the live stream was to turn off my keyboard so I don't mindlessly control C. Even if it looks bad, it's like whatever, whatever, dude. It's gonna be alright. Guess I'm gonna do the last sketch page. Um, for the new people, Jesus, we're already at 22 viewers. That is a lot. For the new people who are watching, these are the these are the highlights of the stream. This is all the stuff I have been doing, everything I have been doing so far here. I still can't believe I managed to draw for this long. What on God's earth are you that? Bro, I don't know. I have no clue. Whatever's in my mind, I guess. Shirtless men, guns, more guns, boxes, uh, caked up women, farts. You'll see a lot of farts here. Everyone is just farting. Um, oops. Sorry for the noise. Wait, actually, I don't know if you can hear that, but I had to turn off the fan. I had to turn it on because it's really hot in here. Whoa, you super drawist man. What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? Okay, I think everyone left at this point. Um, but yeah, we're about to end the live stream anyways. Jesus fucking Christ, 11 and a half hours. That is really sick. I don't know if I'm gonna wait the other 30 minutes. I'm not feeling it. But guess I have no choice. Are you drawing Ryu Street Fighter? Not really. I'm drawing a human centipede. I'm about to draw a human centipede in case you are wondering. Hello to the new people. What's up, everyone? How are we doing? The live stream is almost done. It's almost going to be ended. I don't know if any of you, I don't know, wants to chat or anything, wants to ask me anything. I don't know if I feel like drawing anymore any longer because holy shit, 11 hours, 40 minutes. I think I underestimated this. I think I underestimated how hard this was gonna be. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna keep drawing. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep drawing until the time runs out. 20 minutes. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the new people once again. Hello, Psycho T, Psycho Titan. Oh Jesus. What are you drawing? Let me show you what I'm drawing. Um, I was drawing a human centipede. I was drawing this guy on top. This guy that was kind of pushed back by the part of the human centipede. This guy sat on a chair. Sat on this chair. Um, Great. That's amazing. Like, bro, I have been drawing for almost 12 hours today, and a lot of people just came in and started drawing alongside me. So it was a nice time. You get a little late because in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here because I'm already super tired. No, I'm actually exhausted. But I'm exhausted in like a good way, you know? I'm like exhausted like you just finished like a workout or going for a run and that exhausted. But it feels good. It feels like I achieved something and I'm very proud of that. So this is everything, all of the stuff I have been doing since I started streaming today. I was doing a bunch of anatomy studies and perspective. I will join some other day to draw together because it's like 1 a.m. here. Sure, I will be doing daily streams. Hopefully, hopefully I stick to my word. But anyways, yeah, just basically a lot of fun practice here. Very happy with this. All this came out. Oh Jesus! Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Not sure I like this. Just gonna get rid of these arms. I honestly don't know what else to draw, but I still have 10 minutes left, so I'll figure it out.